Good evening. The Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Board of Trustees is now convened in a board work session on Thursday, December 8th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the boardroom of the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Instructional Support Center located at 10300 Jones Road, Houston, Texas, for the purpose of reviewing that portion of the Monday, December 12th, 2022 regular board meeting agenda designated as action items and to hear designated reports and recognitions posted in the meeting notice as required by Texas law. I want to welcome the members of our audience and our television viewers to this meeting of the Board of Trustees. As the Cypress-Fairbanks Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, listen to reports, approve budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operational decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. We have policies and procedures in place to resolve concerns and issues. This is a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, not a meeting of the public. The meeting is open to all who wish to attend and hear the matters discussed. Audience members may not participate in the meeting outside the designated agenda items for citizen participation or public comment. Disruption of the meeting by any person, including the audience, is inappropriate and will be addressed by the board president or the board's counsel as the meeting parliamentarian. Continued or repeated disruption of any board meeting by words or actions may result in removal or loss of the privilege to attend the meeting. Prior to this meeting, board members received information related to items on tonight's agenda. Agenda items will not necessarily be handled in the order listed on the notice. During the course of this meeting, the board may determine that a closed session is necessary. In that event, the board will meet in closed session to consider matters duly posted for this meeting as permitted by sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code. These proceedings are airing live on Comcast Channel 16 and the district website. They will also be available as video on demand on the district website following tonight's meeting. For the video to adequately reflect the proceedings, I respectfully ask that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking and take your cell phone and turn them off or put them in silent mode, please. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. This evening, we have no elected officials to recognize, nobody in Scouts and nobody in Girl Scouts. The invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, Vision and Mission Statement, remarks and recognitions, board comments, and citizen participation portions of the agenda will be presented at the regular board meeting on Monday, December 12th, 2022. At each open meeting of the board, patrons who have registered in accordance with the procedures established by BED regulation may address the board during the designated agenda comments period prior to the board's consideration or action on the item. Unless the agenda is otherwise rearranged by the board president during the meeting, agenda comments will generally be taken prior to each agenda item. For detailed information and instructions on registering to speak under agenda comments, please go to the district website at www.cfisd.net. Patrons who have registered to speak this evening may see the order of names listed on the screens to your right and to your left. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the two reserved seats on the front row to my right. And I'm going to go off script to make an explanation. We have more than 15 people signed up to talk on a single agenda item. Once we hit 15, or once we hit 16, then everybody will have 1 minute to speak. So everybody who signed up on a particular agenda item, you will have 1 minute, but I'll notify which agenda item had more than 15 people signing up. Although I think everybody in the audience probably already knows which agenda item that might be. The board will now review the following action items. During the review of the following action items, any board member may remove one or more of these items, at which times these items will be addressed and voted on individually. 3A, the board will consider approving the minutes of the November 14th, 2022 regular board meeting. There are no speakers on this topic this evening. Any questions on the board? To the left. Holly, I would note that in my comments, Gilbert and I did attend the in-district school priority day, but I did not go with him. He actually visited another district as well, and so the minutes show that I joined him in visiting the other district, and I did not. So if you'll make that minor correction and have that ready for us on Monday. That shows I actually read the minutes. I think you did that just to check me, Holly. 3B, the board will consider the naming of the CFISD Exhibit Center Arena. We do have, and we will vote and consider that Monday, but we have a speaker on this item tonight, Kyle Atkins. And you have 2 minutes because you're the only speaker on this agenda item. And just as a reminder, when you hit the 30-second mark, the yellow light will come on. When you reach the conclusion of your time, the red light will come on, and I ask that you wrap up your comments in one sentence. If you go beyond one sentence, I'll then interrupt you and ask you to stop and complete your comments. So begin whenever you're ready, sir.
All right, President Jackson, Dr. Henry, Board of Trustees. First of all, thanks for allowing me to speak today. I'm a product of CFISD schools, and now I'm an agriculture science teacher in the district. I'm here speaking on 3B, the naming of the Exhibit Center Arena, and would like to voice my support in naming it after Mr. Mike Gerard. Mr. Gerard has been attending the CFISD Livestock Show since 2003, and this coming Livestock Show will hopefully mark his 20th year as a buyer and supporter. Over the last 16 years that the Livestock Show has awarded the Volume Buyer Award, Mr. Gerard has been the recipient 14 times. Last year, Mr. Gerard contributed $76,000 and accounted for 10% of the sales of the show. In the past 19 years, Mr. Gerard has paid over $1.5 million to CFISD students for their animals, money that helped many of them attend college, which would otherwise have been out of reach. Here's some quotes that I got from some people that were unable to be here tonight. Lauren Dwyer is a 2013 CFISD graduate, and she had the following to say. Mr. Gerard purchased several of my animals during my time in the Cypress Woods FFA program. With his generous support, I was able to put money aside towards my attendance at Sam Houston State University and pursue my passion in the agriculture industry. I believe that I can speak for most of the community that his support to our youth is remarkable and has truly made a difference for so many. Ryan Rhodes, the 2020 CFISD graduate and owner of the 2018 Grand Champion steer that Mr. Gerard purchased, says, "They say you were born with the ability to change someone's life, and with his generosity, he was able to impact so many involved with the FFA organization, including myself. The last line in the FFA motto is living to serve, and that is exactly what Mr. Gerard is doing for the community." As you can see, his generosity extends deep into the community after almost 20 years of supporting our youth. I can't think of a better way to honor and celebrate Mr. Gerard than by naming the arena after him. He is the embodiment of the giving and generosity that happens in that arena every February. Thank you.
We will have full discussion on this topic on Monday, but does any board member care to make comments this evening? Let me look to the right and to the left. Debbie?
Mr. Jackson, I just would also like to echo Mr. Atkins' comments about the Gerards. I've been involved in the Cypress-Fairbanks Livestock show now since 1990 was my first year, and I have never known a buyer such as Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard supports not only the students at the top that make Grand and Reserve, but he stays all the way through the sale and supports those students who may be the last item in the sale. He always wants to be sure that every student who goes to that sale has a buyer. And from my previous years, most of your top buyers, they buy the Grand and Reserve and then they leave. But not Mr. Gerard and his wife. They stay to the end of the sale and make sure every student has a buyer. They are a phenomenal family. They're Cyfair. Miss Gerard attended Jersey Village High School. Their 4 kids attended our Cyfair schools. He has a business here in the district and has been in business for more than 40 years. And I can't think of anyone more deserving of this honor than Mike and Darlene Gerard.
Thank you for your comments. I'll have more to say on Monday, but I met him at the very first auction I went to as a trustee. A minor point of amusement, he was constantly urging the major buyers to up their bid, but he also urged me to increase my bid to a level that he thought was acceptable by outbidding me. And once I reached the level that he felt was appropriate for that child, he stopped bidding. But his encouragement of others is in fact contagious. As trustees, we always look to see how can you be more than the value of one? How can you be a multiplier? And Mr. Gerard actually is. You have a follow comment?
Just something I thought of that I think is pretty remarkable too, is that the projects that he buys, he has butchered and has big freezers at work, and his employees are free to take meat from that freezer anytime they want to feed their families. And I think that's pretty awesome thing to do. That's serving.
The next item is 3C. The board will consider approving the 88th legislative session priorities. Do we have a brief presentation tonight, Teresa?
I'm going to ask Tommy Belez, who is the co-chair of our Community Leadership Committee, to present the board our recommended legislative priorities.
Good evening. Thank you to the board, Dr. Henry, and the leadership team for Cyfair ISD for allowing me to speak tonight. Again, my name is Tommy Belez, and I'm co-chair of the Cyfair Community Leadership Committee, or CLC as it's more commonly known. With me tonight is Frances Romero, who is also co-chair of the CLC. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me speaking because she lost her voice, so sorry. You got the lesser half of the two of us. Tonight, I'm here to present to the board the legislative priorities for the CLC for the upcoming 88th Texas legislative session. For those who don't know, the CFISD CLC is a volunteer group of parents, business people, and retirees who believe that having a strong, independent school district is important to the economic well-being of the Cypress-Fairbanks community. We wholeheartedly believe that our local schools are the heart of our community. We advocate to legislators and their staff on behalf of CFISD and all public schools. With the guidance of the administration and the board, we have set our legislative priorities for the upcoming session and divided these priorities into 4 areas or important actions that can be easily communicated to our legislators and their teams. First, we ask them to invest in our schools. Second, to protect our schools. 3, to measure their success. And 4, sustain public education. This year, each member of the CLC has been assigned to a subcommittee that will focus on one of these 4 areas. Each subcommittee will monitor activity within the legislative process and present to the larger group how the activity aligns with our priorities. We plan on advocating to our representatives in a number of ways: regular phone calls, email, other communications providing feedback on the legislation and process. We plan trips to Austin to meet with our representatives and key members of the Texas House and Senate. And we also plan to continue to invite our representatives to our monthly meetings to speak on their plans and interact with the members of the committee. At this time, I'd like to quickly review the priorities with the board and public who are in attendance. So let's see if I can get this to work. Sorry, the Aggie's in the room. Let's see here. There we go. So first, investing in school finance. We asked, and we will ask the legislators to increase the basic allotment, add an inflationary index to the basic allotment for each biennium to parallel increased inflationary costs, increase state reimbursement for special education services to cover the actual cost of the district, provide state-based funding for state-required mandates, remove statutory caps that reduce specific program allotments included in House Bill 3, and finally, increase the instructional materials allotment to ensure digital access to all instructional materials. Also, regarding school finance, we asked that the legislature modify the adjustment in the comptroller's property value assignment for the local optional homestead exemption to incentivize districts to provide tax relief. So, as part of protecting our schools, we asked that the legislature provide reimbursement for safety expenditures, including facility upgrades, additional staff positions, and programs required by TEA. We asked that they increase the school safety allotment to adequately fund safety programs, support law enforcement, and address the mental health needs of our students, ensure local control over the implementation of safety and security measures. Sorry, I thought there was another page. So, with measuring success, eliminate high-stakes testing, provide a permanent state funding source for all required accelerated instruction, provide high-performing districts with local flexibility in all instructional planning and accelerated instruction for students who fail in any state assessment, support a hold harmless provision for accountability A through F rating systems for the 2022 and 2023 school year due to the significant changes in the STAR design and the state accountability system, reform the state accountability system to better measure a school and district success. And finally, sustaining public education. We ask that they require local school board input before the TEA or the State Board of Education approves charter school applications and expansions, grant the elected State Board of Education authority to approve or deny charter school expansions, allow public funds to serve only school districts that serve all students and are governed by a community-elected board of trustees, and oppose legislation that diverts funding from public schools to private schools or homeschools. And finally, under sustaining, support school choice that ensures uniform academic and financial accountability and transparency standards for all school systems receiving state funds, and increase public oversight to ensure TEA's rulemaking aligns with legislative intent. So I know that was quite a lot, and hopefully all of y'all received that beforehand so you didn't have to listen to me hear it for the first time. But any feedback, questions, or comments that I could take back to the CLC on any of the topics?
Well, first, thank you for the presentation, and I'll look to my right for questions. Natalie.
Thank you, Tommy, and the CLC group for your time spent to put this together. I did have a quick question, a little bit. First of all, it's the first time I'm really realizing that we have 118,155 kids now. Is that accurate? Wow, amazing. So in the one, considering the homestead exemption, about modifying the adjustment to incentivize districts to provide that additional relief. So can you explain to me, are we trying to, since we were one of the few that was in that pattern with Spring Branch and very few other local, we're trying to have more people do it, or we're trying to change it for ourselves in Spring Branch?
I think it's actually both. Like, if incentivize people to do it by not penalizing them is basically, so we are being penalized. So we'd like that to change, but it's also, I think, better for every school district to do these kind of things for their constituents. So I think by allowing us to do it or not be penalized for it, that would incentivize people. So that's the logic's on par there.
Yeah, because I did receive a call from a patron they were concerned that if we were trying not to have it, what did that do to other districts like Klein? Part of my conversation was my job here is to represent the voters of Cy-Fair, but that was interesting in this wording to see it being more like an additive measure, so I support that language. I did have a question also in the measure section.
Okay.
Again, support a lot of the ideas here. So this idea about eliminating high-stakes testing that's not federally required. Do you know what ones right now are not federally required? So what would that actually mean for our district?
I don't know them off the top of my head. Yep. Thank you for bailing me out.
It is social studies, Dr. Blassingame, that is not required by the federal government.
None of it, either the 8th grade or the junior year?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then another question on the measure section. I love the idea of local accountability systems and really looking, even as we go into conversations about our profile of a graduate, and we look at measures like literacy, this idea of a state accountability system that better measures a school and a district's success. So I wondered, was there discussion in the CLC conversation about what measures we might be looking at that would be something that we would want to include?
No, I don't think we got into the details. It was mostly just bringing more of it back to local control. That would be our focus, and let the trustees and the administration run with it from there would be our thoughts.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And then just one other on that measure. I like the idea of the permanent state funding required for accelerated instruction. And from our understanding about the way we're asking that, would that mean funds that were permanently placed in to do literacy intervention, for example?
I think the idea here is just that anytime there's an unfunded mandate, that basically at the end of the day, that they actually fund it. And that's what we would be pushing at the end of the day. And I think that's a pretty wide swath of the mandates that we get.
Yes, many things. And then I did want to make a comment on the sustained section about choice. And I had an interesting email from a parent who's trying to come back to our school from homeschool situation, which I definitely would want us to be the best choice for every family. And so this stance saying that we would want to be involved in these conversations, or the one saying that we would oppose legislation, I would just say that I think parent choice is so important. I think that we have the capacity in this district, we are most parents' best choice. I want to be every parent's best choice. So I feel like the language here, I would rather it be about empowering people to choose us rather than us being about closing other options down for families. And for example, that homeschool family, yay. That's work. I talk to them every week, trying to get them to come back and understand the incredible strength that Langland Creek High School is, where my daughter goes. But they also are having a difficult time figuring out how to get back into our system. So I also want to make sure that when we look at our policies and our procedures, if we're going to oppose other options for families, how do we really make sure when people decide that we're great and they want to be with us, that there's on-ramps back into our system, even if they're at a high schooler, let's say, and they should be able to have access to advanced classes and stuff like that. So I would say this language here, I probably could ask a few more questions about, or maybe I may have some suggestions on language that I'd like to include. And so how would that be done? Or is that option still there?
No, I mean, this is the point of this, is to hear feedback and suggestions. I would, you could pass them to me and Teresa, and we'll take them and review it with the CLC, and then come back to either you in email format or however, and then we'll go from there.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And I think that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate the feedback.
Gilbert.
Tommy, job well done again. Can you, I know you had a brief what the CLC encompass. Can you delve into it a little bit more, and for our viewing audience, let everybody know what the CLC does a little bit more than just what you gave?
Yeah, so again, we're a group of volunteers, parents, retirees, business folks, and other leaders in the community of Cy-Fair. We meet monthly here in the boardroom, and basically learn about the issues that affect our school district, and then advocate for the school district to our local representatives, be it our personal state reps, or those who are on the committees that are affecting legislation that is coming to change or point Cy-Fair in a direction. So at the end of the day, that's what we do. We go to Austin. We do a lot of phone calls and emails to our reps, and then very often we bring those representatives into our meetings and let them speak, hear from the community members, and then hear what their thoughts are on most of these specific items. So,
and I may add, a lot of the representatives that are invited are on either side of the ledger. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, we've had, in my time on the CLC, we've had just about every person who is a representative of this district, as well as the lieutenant governor, and it's every side of the aisle. I think at the end of the day, we're a nonpartisan group who supports the CLC, supports Cy-Fair ISD. We're not a political organization. We're just here to support, as parents and members of the community, retirees, business leaders, Cy-Fair ISD. So it's pretty fun group to be a part of, as well as when the memberships do come, I think it's a very professional, polite, respectful environment that they enjoy coming to because they get to hear directly from us, it's not from anyone with an agenda, it's just from people who care about public education.
And if I'm correct, in years past, some of the ventures y'all have done into the legislative sessions, attending the sessions yourselves, and actually visiting many of the representatives, the COC and the representatives that go of that day are quite respected in that arena there, and
Yeah.
they are recognized once they get in there. For the viewing audience and the audience here, we as a district and community are very fortunate to have a COC here. When we talk to many of our colleagues throughout the state in various functions, when they ask us about the COC, and they're like, I kind of wish we had that support back there. So again, it's groundbreaking, and we're very fortunate to have a group like the COC help the cause for public education.
Yeah, no, the road trips are great. Every time, our representatives want to see us. When we come to Austin, especially as voters, they're very receptive. They want to hear why we care so much, and it means a lot. And to those in the audience, your voice really matters. When you talk to legislators, 3 or 4 phone calls, 7 or 8 emails can turn a vote one way or the other. So it does matter. And if you feel strongly about public education and something comes up, I strongly recommend you email, call, and they do take note. And for the folks who've worked in those offices before, they'll say the day of a vote, they call their office and say, hey, who's called, who said stuff, and whoever has the winning tally, that's the way they go. So I can't encourage that enough of this community to call and text and email more. So.
Exactly, and again, I can't stress enough how just because we are the 3rd largest district in the state and we do have a large amount, and it doesn't mean automatically we have a COC. No, it doesn't work that way. Many other districts are not as fortunate as that, though. Yeah. But anyways, thank you, Tommy, for your presentation.
Thank you. And I'll say one thing, we do have the benefit, and sometimes it can be a curse of having lots of representatives, but if we stay organized and we all reach out to these representatives, we have an even larger impact because we're kind of divided up. So hopefully everybody gets to know who the reps are and calls and emails, and if you want to come to Austin with us, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Now going to my left, Lucas. Debbie?
Now, Dr. Blassingame, I just want to be sure, were you talking about the last item under sustain, the opposed legislation that diverts fundings from public schools to private schools or homeschools? Was that the item you were speaking to?
I looked at 2, and I didn't want to address them directly. So I would say, yes, so I am here, I represent Cyfair ISD, and I'm about Cyfair ISD getting every dollar we deserve
Right.
to educate every child we have and get every child in our district to attend our schools through options. If someone's choosing away, what's the reason they're choosing away? Let's create it and do it better than them. So I would like the funds to stay here, but I also understand if a parent doesn't have their needs met, that they should have a voice. So I feel like it's not necessarily a change in the bullets here. It's more like an addition to the fact that parents should be able to find what they want for their child.
And I don't disagree with you on that, but in the same vein, I don't believe that any funds should be diverted from public schools to private schools because they don't have the same accountability as we do in public schools. And I'm not opposed to them receiving any funding, but not taking anything away from public schools at the same time. If the state wants to do that, then I think it should be an individual funding for private schools, but I don't want to do anything or support anything that would ever take funds away from public education. So I just wanted to kind of clarify and see if we were on the same page, since you were talking about changing the wording.
I think, yes, I completely agree. I don't want our funds to go off to private school. Maybe we can co-craft this, maybe it's not even a change to it. However, what is a private school offering? In all the aspects of what private schools might offer, and can we offer it? And I'd like to push our boundaries of what we think we can offer in our public schools in order to match what a parent's looking for.
And I agree with that, but to me, that goes back also to the basic allotment and us getting our fair share of the funding, which we currently are not receiving. So you kind of have to have one in order to do the other, because I will always support giving our students every opportunity to learn. But, it's time that the state stepped up and did right by Cy-Fair ISD and other school districts. I mean, my main concern is Cy-Fair ISD, and I'm sure it's not entirely just us. I know there are not many more. But anyway, I just want to make sure we don't lose any of our funds because we're not being funded adequately to begin with.
I think we are very aligned on what we're thinking.
Okay.
And I would say until every kid in our district can read, they haven't sent us enough money.
That's right.
So that's the first thing I will say. And we've seen the numbers,
Right.
there are many, many children who we still could do more and more and more for on the most basic thing that is ours to do in school, which is literacy. However, I would also challenge this assertion that some things are more expensive. I'll give an example, a personal example, and I'll give two personal examples. My own daughter, I was able to transfer into another district, which is public dollars, to do a dual language program. She's bilingual and biliterate for it, and that's something that didn't cost more money. And I know intimately about it because I built that program as a principal there. So that's an example of something that is actually funded by the state now. There's money for it. So it wouldn't cost us more, even the basic allotment didn't change. Although I will support 100% an argument for the basic allotment. And another example might be, when I met a friend in Dallas who had worked in public schools in Fort Worth District and neighborhood Title I school to do a classical education model in middle school, where every kid participated in it in that middle school in a traditional district. And those kids had amazing outcomes. And when I read the curriculum and that the children were reading, Gilgamesh up to all these diverse authors of classical literature, I craved that for my daughter, whose area of strength is language. That's an example that would cost nothing more. Get a few teachers at a few schools to agree to teach a curriculum that we can even get from the Macmillan Institute in Dallas. It wouldn't cost more money. So I would also say some of our creative solutions can come with no more cost, even if they didn't change our basic allotment. But I believe we're going with Tommy on the bus to Austin, and we'll get that allotment addressed. So I thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to say that, and I would love to co-create it because I don't think we have any different thoughts as far as the finance part.
Debbie, do you have more comments? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Tommy, for bringing the legislative priorities as developed by the community group. I appreciate that, those unique stakeholder voices that are included in this. I think it's important to remember what you've presented to us are the legislative priorities for the upcoming legislative session. It's not to reflect district strategy, it's not to change our district goals, it's not to reflect a personal agenda, it's to reflect or to help us communicate the priorities that we have for this time frame between January and May of 2023. I think that your committee has and your group has captured the priorities well in terms of focusing on school finance. I appreciate that you included, this has been a change this year, I noticed, adding increasing the state reimbursement for special education services. That's an area where we spend significantly more of our own funds than we receive reimbursement for from the state. We have so many students in our special education programs, and we do everything we can to serve them well, but we do not receive reimbursement for many of those services. Regarding the question about the language around the local optional homestead exemption, if I remember correctly, that language reflects some work that the Senate is doing. There was testimony, I think, that our CFO provided to the Senate regarding that, and that's where that language about incentivizing districts to provide additional tax relief. As you stated well, Cypress-Fairbanks does provide additional tax relief to our taxpayers, and in return, we are penalized by having our state funding cut. So while we provide tax relief, which I appreciate as a homeowner, our school district suffers from that because the state doesn't recognize that, and they reduce our state aid by many, many millions of dollars. So I appreciate that that's included in there as well. I also appreciate including requests for reimbursement for all the safety expenditures that we have done. We spent, again, a significant amount of money out of our M&O budget, but also out of our bond programs. Our community feels strongly about the safety of our children and our staff, and we've put a lot of money into our facilities for safety, but we have not received compensation for that from the state. I do think it is important that we ask for that, but I think it's important to connect that with local control, because I expect that the state will, this legislative session, say, okay, school districts, you must have lockdown buttons. Well, we already have those. You must have secure vestibules, right, in the lobbies. We already have that. You must have lockable classroom doors. We already have that. So I would like us to see some additional funding, but that we have the right to be able to use it the way we need to use it, since we've already done so much work in the area of safety. So thank you for including that. And then lastly, a couple things under sustainability. I appreciate Debbie bringing up the statement about opposing legislation that diverts funding. What we were talking about are vouchers, where the state would give money to parents to use outside the public school system, but it would take money away from public schools. So I think it's very important that we have a strong stand on opposing vouchers, specifically because when state funding, state taxpayer dollars, leave public schools and they go to a private school or home school, the standards are different. They don't have the same academic and financial accountability that school districts have. You can look on our website and see every penny we spend. You can see our check register. You can see our budget. But private schools and home schools don't have to publish their financial information. Our kids have to take tests and prove what they're learning. Private schools and home schools don't have to show that. So, and that's fine. I have lots of friends who send their kiddos to different kinds of schooling, and I support that choice, but I don't support it using our public funds because of the lack of, it's not very conservative to me. It shows a lack of financial and accountability standards, the same as public schools. So again, I appreciate you including that in that. And I look forward to advocating with you and your team, your committee, and other parents and stakeholders in Austin next spring.
You're
Thank you.
all welcome on the bus, so come on.
Tommy, I want to say thank you for coming here tonight. About 12 years ago, I stood where you stood, and that was the first time the committee had ever come to the board and presented recommendations for the board to approve to take to the state legislature. The amount of time that you and your fellow colleagues put in to understand the situation is tremendous. It is greatly appreciated. Do you or members of the committee attempt to go outside of yourself? Do you attempt to educate the public? Do you attempt to ask the public within your sphere of influence to contact state legislators on any of these topics?
I know I do, and I probably most of the folks on the CLC do. I mean, one of the big pushes for us this session is to be active. The subcommittees were a new addition, as well as the reporting of the actions we've done. So I know for each of us, it's not only what we're personally doing, but hey, reach out, let us know who you're reaching out to, and grow that action. Because as I mentioned earlier, if everyone in this room called about something, we'd probably, every single representative for Cypress-Fairbanks would vote for the way we want it. That's how small of an amount of people call or care about legislation. So to your point, I think everybody on that committee has the right mindset that they're not there to just sit and listen now. It's there to do action and interact with the public. And I think that's, we've have a lot of new members this year, and that was one of the first things we told them was, if you're here for a free lunch and that's all you're here for, appreciate you coming. we'll talk later.
You know, I would share with you the comments of State Representative Bill Caligari. Among other things, Bill fashioned the water bill for the state of Texas. He was known as the water expert. But he made a point of coming up to us, and I remember his language very clearly. He looked at us and he said, "You do more good than you know. An active CLC is in fact an influencer, and you are in fact a multiplier." I do have a number of questions, but I will kind of spread these around so you don't necessarily have to answer them. We were talking about providing reimbursement for safety expenditures, including facility upgrades. Karen is not here, so this may go over to Teresa, or you may handle it yourself, Tommy. Our district has been very proactive. In the past, the state has taken the approach, we'll fund future enhancements, but if you've been proactive, oh well, so sad.
Yeah.
So is it part of your approach that you would be asking the state to recognize contributions made by districts in the past that were never funded? Or are you focusing more on new enhancements?
So I think the answer is, both. We spent a lot of time and effort on the actual verbiage and a lot of conversations about reimbursement because we as a community shouldn't be penalized because our board and administration were ahead of the game and doing the right things for our community beforehand. And we shouldn't be left out of future allotments for security because there's still more we can do. And so to the point a few of you've made and that was also made in a lot of the meetings, reimburse us for the good work we've done in the past and also don't penalize us for that and give us funds for the future. So I think it's a twofold approach because I think if you go to a school in Cy-Fair and you go to a school in another district, it's eye-opening the amount of time, effort, the bond money that's been spent on our kids' safety. And it's, one of the reasons that, I'm still a, parent of 4 here in Cy-Fair. It makes a big difference.
Teresa, is management prepared to provide the CLC with updated information on dollars spent in the area of safety by category?
Yes, we have that information, and we plan, as we move forward with our subcommittees, to provide that to the CLC also. But yes, and we can absolutely share that with the board.
Well, and really I meant making certain that CLC is well-armed when they go to the state legislatures.
Correct.
Certainly, we need the information as well.
We have it broken down by what expenditures out of the general operation budget, and then those expenditures with bond funds.
I remember presenting one of our elected officials in Austin with a cardboard that had the numbers on it. Interestingly enough, the cardboard was school bus yellow. And he looked at it and he said, "I had no idea you spent that type of money." Statistics, proven statistics, are valuable. Require local school board input before the TEA approves charter school applications and expansions. This is a question really for the board here. Let me look to the right. As we know that charters start to move into our neighborhood, do we want to have active discussion on this? Do we want to have a board resolution that we pass on to Austin? Is that something the board would have an interest in? Let me look to the right. So to give you specifics, Teresa, have we been notified that any charters are looking to expand in our area in the coming future?
We received notification of initial applications, new charters, but those expansions, once they're approved, then they basically get to pop up anywhere and everywhere. And our purpose for including that is that for also, at minimum, an elected body, whether it's the SBOE or the Board of Trustees of the local community have some input on those expansions. The state board currently is able to approve or deny applications for new charters, but it's the expansions that are also very problematic, especially for our district, we feel. We have information on a parcel of land that was purchased by Harmony in the Bridgeland development. The actual location of the school would be in Waller ISD, but it's on the edge of CFISD that definitely impacts our district. And the impact, it makes it very challenging and difficult, even for the process that we're discussing tonight with attendance boundaries and looking out at projected enrollment and what we need to do for future bonds and whether or not we need to build new campuses. With the inability to know and understand what future students we may have, it puts us in a difficult position to do any kind of long-range planning and the number of students that we could or could not lose to charters. So Dr. Henry, I know you have lots of strong feelings on that topic as well, so.
Yeah, I would just say that your local democratically elected Board of Trustees has to call a bond election in order to build facilities and campuses, and a charter school has to do none of that. They have access to the permanent school fund. They can build anywhere they want to. It's undemocratic. The Board of Education for charter schools in Houston ISD, or excuse me, in the Houston area, the board resides in the Valley in South Texas. So if the people here this evening to address the board, they'd have to go to the Valley in order to address the board. So I just believe in democracy. That's all I would say. And people, it shouldn't be up to one person to get to decide where charter schools are going without some local Democratic, or as Teresa said, state Democratically elected group. An appointed person shouldn't be able to make that decision.
So that's an example of a charter moving in, because a charter can accept children from anywhere, right? They do not respect boundaries. So even though it's located in Waller, they will in fact be marketing to the Bridgeland area, despite the fact that the Bridgeland schools are all very highly rated. And so on that point, is that something that this board would like to take a position on as these applications come in, as we're made aware of what these, of the encroachment by charters? Right now what happens is management will file a response. And the response is not necessarily very impactful, but as a board, if we wanted to, we could take a position. So we don't have to make a decision now, but it is something that we can talk about. And certainly on Monday, we'll take another look at all of these. Yes, go ahead, Natalie.
However, procedurally or legally at this point, we don't have any more, without this action by the State Board of Ed or anyone else, we don't really actually even have actual authority to tell them yes or no, correct? Would it just be a statement from us?
Correct.
Right. So these procedural things that are being stated here, like for example, expansions going through the State Board of Ed, there would have to be some other legislative action in order for our voice to even mean something, right?
Now we can still have a board resolution. And interestingly enough, Austin, there are people in Austin who actually listen and see our board meetings. And the only reason why I know this is comments will be made. And it's, oh, you were watching, or you had a staff member watch.
And I'll say to the question then, democracy, I believe everything Dr. Henry said. I'm serving on this board to make this the very best district. I believe in this district to be the very best already. But I also think parents are the form of democracy when you vote with your feet. Making sure every one of your constituents is happy with their educational option is also a form of democracy. So I think the 99% are. If there's 1% that are not, what do we make sure we hear from them and we make sure we provide them something? Then there's no one It doesn't matter who tries to open in our boundaries. I mean, others have tried and they haven't been successful because they can't compete with the quality of our schools. So I also think that is a form of democracy that I need to represent out there. However, I fully believe in our school district being the very best choice for our parents.
I would just say, I agree with you, but I don't agree with you. It's democracy with accountability. And those folks that are asking for state funding, for taxpayer funding, do not want accountability. And so we don't know if they're successful or not. And people say, well, people vote with their feet. Well, they may vote with their feet, but that doesn't mean that they're being successful at school. So when we have equal accountability, we'll talk more.
And I do agree with this bullet about the expansions going through the State Board of Ed, because I do believe they would then have to show a body of outcomes. And they would have to show a body, some accountability, hopefully, before there would be an approved expansion.
Tom?
Yes.
Just to follow up on it.
Sure.
When we get notification of a charter school coming in, is it already rubber stamped at that point, or is it procedural, or is it, what's that process look like, just so I understand that? I want to make sure, I mean, if we're doing it, maybe we need to change that process too, if the second one doesn't get done with the SOBI changing the rules. I'm just trying to, that might be another punt.
We receive a form, and the funny thing about the form, Mr. Henry, is it can say there may be a charter school locating in your area, and they'll list 254 counties. So that's how much they have to narrow it down. Yeah, there needs to be two things, and we always object because we say it will cause harm to our school district because most charter schools have a revolving door, 40% attrition rate in many. So ultimately, they're going to be our students. It's just when.
I would like to ask one or propose a thought. Again, we're the very best, and we can have every one of our students attend ours. There's also a concept, I was actually the principal in Spring Branch of a district charter school. That was just a district school that gave a little different flavor for students, but it just had the bounds of our own district as its boundaries and included busing. And so I just think my whole point here is to push creativity until every family they wouldn't even think about it. No one's going to consider needing another option for themselves.
Just to follow up on that, there's always going to be people that want something different. There's people that want a religious-based education, and so they choose a Christian school or a Muslim school, whatever the case may be. There's a lot of different reasons people choose, and they don't always choose CFISD. And I don't remember who said it. I think maybe you did, Natalie. We support that. 100% of the, I have a great relationship with Cypress Christian School. Respect everyone that chooses to go there. We're just saying there has to be accountability where the funding is going. And the reason I've never proposed partnering with a charter school, because they're not half as good as we are. Our people are better. So I just don't choose to go that route.
Gilbert?
Yes, so to go back to the question for Tommy's sake, is yes, I think we should, my opinion, meet as a board to look into what the question I believe Natalie was trying to get at, or Tom had proposed, was to, in unison, show support for our district. And Tom even emphasized how, yes, we are being looked at, even though we don't know we are, and it does carry some weight. And so that is a good question, and I think we can further discuss that, because as you and myself know, this conversation can go on for 3 or 4 hours, because we've been in those conversations for 3 or 4 hours about the very subject. And I know Tommy's in good shape. I'm not sure he was 3 hours, 4 hours, good shape of standing there for all this, though. But Tom,
If we get more people to vote, I'm in. I'll stand here.
And I think Lucas wanted to weigh in, but that way we can wrap up for Tom's sake.
Lucas?
Yeah, regarding the point of accountability, Dr. Henry, your point is that we have educational funds sponsored by tax dollars in the state and funds that are coming to the Cypher ISD or any of the school district, we're held accountable. And to everybody's point, there should, and it's reasonable to expect that any school that's receiving funds should be held accountable. Fully agreed.
Well, I didn't know by asking such a simple question that I would have such impassioned answers. I'll make a note to myself to review my questions mentally before I ask them. We have in here, provide a permanent state funding source for all required accelerated instruction. And Tommy, I'm going to bypass you and go to Linda. I thought we already had something like SSI that had funding.
Well, we no longer have SSI. And so this is referring to what's known as 4545, which is the required 30 hours of tutoring for any student who does not meet the criteria, basically pass the STAR exam. And it's not really just, this is what's interesting too, that it's any student who does not pass the STAR exam, but you know we have some students whose parents choose to keep them home so that they don't want to take the test. Those kids are also counted as failures, and they are also required by the state to have the 30 hours of accelerated instruction. That means tutoring before school, after school. It is additional time outside of the content area. You cannot pull them from reading, from the reading class or the English language arts class for tutoring or for support. It's got to be outside of that. So that means we have to pay teachers and find professionals that will provide the tutoring support. An example that I'll give you, Mr. Jackson, is, as you know, all of our campuses received ESSER money. They ran out of ESSER money for the tutoring part. So Karen Smith found some additional funds to help support that. That's what we're talking about with the 4545.
So basically, the state did have funding for SSI, but they abolished it, came in with a new program, and so we don't get to bill the state, we don't get to add up the hours and the cost and get paid back for that?
No, sir, it's unfunded.
Thank you. Let's see. What else caught my attention? I would say oppose legislation that diverts funding from public schools to private schools or home schools. We are not preventing anybody from attending home schools or preventing anybody to attend private schools. So I would take opposition to any suggestion that we are opposing choice by any parent. Any child can go to a private school, public, or a home school. Certainly, when I first moved here out of HISD, I put my children into the private school. And eventually I moved to public simply because the education offered by Cypher was better than what I could have from private school. So I see nothing in this language or in the discussions that would suggest that we're preventing any parent from their child going to a home school or a private school. On the question of vouchers, I have a slightly different view. I don't have a problem with vouchers as long as if vouchers go to a private school, then everybody in that private school takes the STAR test. That board of that private school all of a sudden becomes an elected board, and all the financing involved with that school gets posted on their website just like it is for ours. So my view is ought to be a level playing field. But when I talk to some of my good friends with the private schools, particularly in the religious realm, they want nothing to do with it. I know when my children were in private school, I asked the principal, I wanted my children to take the state test. And she said, well, you can't. And I said, why not? Well, that's a benefit of being in private school. And I thought, no, I need to find out if my kids in private school, how they were performing against the public kids. So I have lived through that. as well, and I have strong beliefs on that. Let's see, what else did I have? Provide high-performing districts with local flexibility in all instructional planning and accelerated instruction for students who fail any state assessment. Linda, I think this is what you were addressing from House Bill 4545. Is that correct, or is this something different?
That is correct.
Okay. Very good. That concludes my questions. Any follow-up questions from anybody on the board? Nothing to the right?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, I do.
Yes.
So I want to come back to school finance, and the fourth bullet point, provide state-based funding for state-required mandates. Teresa, Dr. Henry, it's been months. I worked, I could say last week and it'd still be fuzzy. I worked with you guys on writing some letters to legislatures in Austin, and I just, for the life of me, do not remember the date. There was a specific target that we were going after. I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you remember?
Teresa does. She's much younger than me.
Actually, I don't recall the amount.
I feel so much better. It's not just me. But, you know, a lot of the points that we've discussed here, we also worked together then and we put
in
forth.
your testimony, absolutely.
And in that discussion, one of the things that we brought forward was this question of state-based funding for state-required mandates, meaning it wasn't just provide funding, but it was provide adequate funding. And so the question becomes, well, who defines adequate? And how is that done? So, Mr. Belez, when we're thinking about speaking in front of our legislatures, you know, we've got kind of this parallel idea a few pages back under safety and mental health. Increase school safety allotment to adequately, there's that word again, fund safety programs, support law enforcement resources, and address mental health needs. So the question becomes, you know, everybody here on the board has mentioned how we have focused on school safety. And I believe the number that we came up with at the time, Teresa, was 15-1, our spend versus what our funding was? Approximately 15-1? Just the police department, inclusive of uniforms, vehicles, et cetera. And so, you know, the notion of state-based funding, it has to be attached, this consultant and me coming out, it has to be attached to what does adequate look like? What does success look like? And I think it's a moving target. And so when someone from afar is saying, there you go, there's your funding, it's not really tied to what reality could be. And we've got to do a better job of communicating that to our legislatures.
No, I think it's a great point, a great add. We've had adequate, we've had fully fund in the past. I think it's just a quick little add we could make and makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
And then it's related, secondly, to this other idea, ensure local, so again, back down to the protect safety and mental health. You saw where I was going. Ensure local control over this implementation of safety and security measures. So we've discussed that in the wake of some of the real tragedies that we've had phone calls come inbound saying, how does Cypher ISD do what you do? And there's been questions from legislatures trying to understand the way that our police department runs. Dr. Henry, could you speak about that a little bit?
Well, certainly, just 2 weeks ago, the new executive director of Texas School Safety visited one district in the state of Texas to find out how he should model the rest of the state, and that was Cypher ISD. And of course, we've always kind of taken a layered approach here where we try to identify any type of threat long before it gets to a campus and intervene there. And then, of course, we've spent literally tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, Roy, making our campuses more safe and secure over the past decade. So we've got intervention and then making our schools more difficult to penetrate. And then lastly, we've trained our teachers and trained our staff how to respond if someone does. So I wouldn't sit here and tell you that something couldn't happen, but I would sit here and tell you that we're more prepared than anyone else, or as prepared as anyone else if something does occur.
So and for all the parents in the room, I Believe me, I see the signs. I understand why everybody's here. I fully get that. You're very patient. I understand. So that being said, just a couple of points. What we're talking about here is that when we see our police officers on our campus, our school funding that we get from the state, last year we spent 15 times what we were actually allotted by the state for those officers because we put a priority on it. Let's translate that into real information. That means we have a 4-minute response time to anywhere inside Fair ISD, period. Hard stop. That means that we've got protections when someone walks into a school. There's a reason that you press on that little buzzer, they let you in, and then you're basically in a fishbowl, right? There's a lot of thought that goes into this. And when we think about this idea of our legislatures, well-meaning, I'll go with well-meaning, making policy, trying to define what good looks like. Part of that definition of what good looks like is rules that are established that sometimes aren't really practical in real life. I'll go back to the 15-to-1 investment that we took in our police. So this last point, ensuring local control over the implementation of safety and security measures. We're fully prepared that in this coming session that we're going to have a lot of people very excited about implementing what school safety should be, and we're advocating that we still get to define what good looks like and have a level of control over that. And I'd like to understand, when you read that, ensure local control over the implementation, Dr. Henry, can you kind of interpret that for us? Because I don't see Chief here as well.
Well, I'll give you a quick example.
Hey, there he is.
Just a quick example from my perspective as a superintendent. My first superintendency over 30 years ago was on a single campus district, K through 12, with 230 students. Safety and security there's a lot of similarities between there and Cy-Fair ISD, but there's also a lot of differences. So local officials know how their campuses are set up and what their capabilities of. Again, I'll give you an example. Response time in Milford, Texas might be 30 or 45 minutes from some county officer, whereas we can have a much quicker response. So it's local folks ought to be helping decide what safety measures and how they're implemented.
So echoing something that Julie said, I, as well as most of my colleagues here, I've already allotted how many vacation days I'm taking from work to make the trip. I already know that when I go up, I'm probably not going to speak till 9:30 at night, maybe 9:45, which means I have to go for 2 days at a time. That's the practical nature of it. But the whole point is that we are making an argument, just like everybody here today is arguing for your child. It is our job to go there and argue for all of our kids. And we will be doing that, every one of us. And we'll be working with our constituents, reaching out across the aisle, trying to make a point, trying to be heard, and to make an impact. Tommy, echoing some of the points said earlier, appreciate the effort that goes into putting this together. And you've been very patient standing there for a long time. So no, I'm done.
I have 4 kids. I'm used to it. But no, thank you all for the attention and detail on this. It means a lot to the committee that you guys take this seriously. And our only ask is that continue to do what you're doing, go to Austin, and then spread through your networks all the information in this, then have them phone and call. I mean, I can't stress it enough in this meeting, and whoever's listening. One phone call and one email goes a really long way to changing the legislators' opinion on everything. So thank you for having me tonight and for listening to all that we had to say. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Tommy. I would point out on Monday, since Karen's not here, Teresa, please let her know that I want to know how big is big when we talk about the local homestead exemption. How many dollars are we actually trying to ask the state for? I do think that's important. I do think it's possible for the state to hear us. When the lieutenant governor was a senator, he heard us. He was able to tweak things a bit, and we received a benefit. After he left office, we lost that benefit, but perhaps we can get some of that benefit back. I like the approach this time much better than when I was the mouthpiece, because it's positive and it says HISD and Spring Branch, as well as if Klein or Katy wanted to offer an OHE, then the state will step in to say, we'll help you out. If you want to help your taxpayers have relief, we think we should help you provide that relief to your taxpayers. So I like the approach. It's not us against the world. It is everybody out there looking out for homeowners. So I like the concept. And I would ask Vice President to go ahead and look into planning a trip for the board members. Certainly, we are always invited to attend with the CLC. We kind of take a back seat. They're the spokespeople. But it's always good for us to go. But it's also traditional for us to make our own trip. And so I'm going to ask you to be in charge of that, find out what the appropriate time is, and then see how many of us can make that trip. And obviously, any trustee can go and visit on their own. But what we'd like to do is, if we adopt this approach, then this is what we speak. You know, it's kind of scripted here, and we stay on script. And that's part of the reason why we go through this process. It'll be one of the few times where any trustee is empowered to speak and say, this is what Cy-Fair wants. You know, typically, only the president can speak for the board. But in this case, we spread that ability out and we multiply the effect. I want to say thank you to the listening audience, particularly those of you who are here to talk on different items. This was important. It took a lot of time, but I thank you for your patience. (3D). The board will consider approving on second reading additions, revisions, or deletions to district policies. That would include 3D1, EHBB local, special programs, gifted and talented, students revised, 3D2, EIF local, academic achievement graduation, revised. There are no speakers on this agenda item tonight. Any questions from the board? Looking to my right.
Just a quick question, Marnie. On page 4 of EHBB, you removed how we'll have to report this to TEA. Is that just because we're moving to legal or no longer requirement? What is that?
So is your microphone on?
It is on page 4 of the EHBB.
The red line to come up.
Yeah, you redlined it. Is that just because it's now in legal, or is that just no longer a requirement for us?
We're getting there. Oh, it's the annual certification. I think this was what was moved.
Is that for the GT?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's for the GT. That's the statement.
So, Mr. Henry, your question was about the GT?
No, on page 4 of EHBB, it says this district will annually report to TEA. Is that just no longer required, or is
That is
that?
correct.
it's
We're
Okay.
still required to provide the program, but we no longer have to send the report to the state.
Great, thank you.
And that's an important question. I asked that question in last board meeting on first reading. But I think it is important, particularly in the area of GT, that if we make a change, that the viewing audience understands why we're making that change. So thank you. I think it did need to be emphasized. Natalie, you indicated you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I thank you, our council, Marnie has already answered this for me but I wanted to make sure that it was confirmed out loud. This requirement for financial aid application, although we are looking at this policy to confirm the ways that it can be proven, it does also allude to policy EIF legal, and where that is where parents or students over 18 or a counselor can fill out a form that does allow them not to require the FAFSA in order to graduate. So I just wanted, that was important to me because I wasn't sure that, I know it's a state requirement, but I wasn't sure if a family did have that objection, if they would have a voice or a student, and it's indeed there in EIF legal.
Yes, and that, our local policy supplements or how we implement the law. So sometimes you almost have to look at, the legal and the local together to get the full picture. So you're correct. That's what we did talk about offline.
Thank you.
And that was also one that we touched on at the last board meeting. But these are always important to go over a second time. Gilbert, question, comment? Let me go to the left. Lucas, Debbie, Julie. And this is a question for parents. In the gifted and talented section, where we use the word furlough. So in the past, furlough was defined as a specific grade average in that class, and the grade cutoff was 85. So if a student could not maintain 85 or above, they would be moved out. We don't have that in there. So is that left to the discretion of the campus, how long the furlough should last?
Mr. Jackson, we still have the 85, excuse me, as the grade that needs to be maintained in the advanced class or in the DT class. However, if the child drops from that 85, the teacher, the campus, implements an action plan, and that action plan is to help support the student so that the student gets that back up. If they don't get that back up, then that's when the furlough process kicks in.
And I'm sure we have good communication with the parents.
Absolutely. The goal is to help the child get back to the grade that's needed and be able to continue in the class.
As well as for our GT kids to prosper, and merely because our children may be identified as GT, it doesn't mean that they're always strong academic performers.
That is correct. And sometimes they're in 4 different GT classes, for example, so that doesn't apply to a furlough. It does not apply to all the GT classes, just the one the child might be struggling in.
Thank you.
Right, or the parent's request, that's right, it's a parent request for the furlough.
On item 3E, and for all of these, we'll talk about moving this to the consent agenda collectively. 3E, the board will consider awarding bids and contracts and/or authorizing purchase orders as recommended in the posted agenda. Item 3E1, bleacher repair service and parts. 3E2, online child care registration and management software. 3E3, paper products for nutrition services. 3E4, radios for Cyfair Police Department. Let me turn to my left this time. Questions? Lucas?
I think this question is probably for Chief, but, and I'll wait for him to get up here.
Be slow.
Yeah, it might be a minute. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. All right, so Chief, so here we're going to purchase some radios, and we've already talked about tonight our focus on priority of safety and how we allocate spending. So I know that, and we've had numerous discussions on how we support and making sure that the department has enough, and really enough, not quite the right way I want to phrase it. We're equipped, and you're equipped to do a great job and do the job that you tell us that you want to do, where you're setting the bar of what does good look like, and you're helping us understand that mark, and then you're going out and giving us guidance, and then helping us understand what value is and how to support you in that. So I was curious, would you mind speaking for a minute on the need for radios and what you're trying to solve for?
So the radios that you see before you, the board tonight, are the Apex radios. They're the Motorola system radios. These are our first responder radios. These radios are the ones that give us communication, not just amongst the police officers in Cy-Fair, but also with Harris County Precinct 4, Precinct 5, the Sheriff's Office, HPD, all the fire departments, anybody that's a first responder that would respond to an emergency at one of our campuses, that's what the radios are for. The reason they come before the board through the bond is because, like computers nowadays, radios are now technology, and they have a life span. And once they reach the lifespan, they're no longer supported for repair, and they end up becoming bricks, is the term that's used in the radio world. And so it's time to replace the radios. It was part of the 2019 bond that we saw the need. We got fortunate a little bit, and I hate to say it that way about the pandemic, but the pandemic actually was a little fortunate for us because it expanded the life of the radio, because Motorola knew that at the time they couldn't stop the care for the radio or the maintenance for the radio because of what was happening across the country. So now we're at that point where we need to replace the radios. The end of life is coming soon, and so that's why they're before you. We did order these radios. These new radios that we're ordering were very specific after Uvalde. So we hear about the communications problems that happen down in Uvalde, and so in order to ensure communications with us and to ensure that we always have the capability of talking to other first responders in the event of an emergency, these new radios have a local area network communication as well. So when we don't have a radio signal being inside of our schools on our internet system, we will still be able to utilize the radio signal by broadcasting through the internet.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
For all the parents in the room, he's a leader that is guiding all of our officers and giving us guidance on what school safety looks like. So that man deserves a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Debbie? Julie?
I do have a question regarding 3E2, the online childcare registration and management software. And I know this is coming from the community programs budget. Darren, do you, is this for, sorry? Oh, or somebody. Is this from, for Club Rewind, or is it for our early childhood learning centers?
So it is actually going to be used for both.
Okay, good. Okay, that was my only question.
If anybody has any further questions on that, we do have Adam, our
Oh,
Assistant
good.
Director of
Okay.
Community Programs.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
And pardon me for jumping in. I do have a follow-up question. I have visited each of these, and in fact, I presented across the state on what we're doing in this area, but the viewing audience may not know. So would you briefly explain what these two programs are?
Good evening. Mr. Jackson, the Department of Community Programs has our early learning centers. There's 5 of them. They are employee daycare centers, and then we also operate 56 before and after school programs called Club Rewind. And so that's childcare for all of our community at a very affordable rate with our employees, either before school, after school, or both.
That's good. Thank you. Let me look to the right. Questions on 3E? And so let me take 3A, 3D, and 3E. May we move these to the consent agenda? Yes. Debbie? Holly, if you would, that would be 3A, 3D, and 3E are now on the consent agenda. 3F, the board will consider approving construction proposals and contracts paid from bond funds to the recommended contractors and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute all necessary documents related to such contracts as follows. 3F1, 2022 Keith Elementary School renovation, 3F2 2022 Matsky and Metcalf Elementary School renovations. There are no speakers on this topic this evening. Let me look to the left. Lucas, any questions? Debbie? Julie?
No question. I'm just encouraged and excited to see that we continue to implement the 2019 bond program and continue to renovate older campuses so that they have the same learning opportunities and learning environments as all of our newer schools do as well. Thank you.
To my right, Scott.
Yeah, just a quick question on Matsky and Metcalf. In our documents, maybe just wasn't included, there was not a bid sheet for all the vendors. Was that a mishap, or we only have one vendor for this?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, it may not be for you, maybe for Holly, but on Matsky, this 3F2, we don't have our bid sheet. Were there only one vendor on this? One bidder?
We had multiple bids.
Okay.
We need to get you the tabulation sheet.
Yeah, can you get the tabulation sheets to us?
Certainly.
And then on the first one, Keith Middle School, I know before Tom asked this question, we didn't pick the lowest bidder. So why don't you go ahead and answer that question for why we didn't pick the lowest bidder on that one?
Yes, sir. Now, we picked the highest ranked proposal, and in accordance with government code, we're required to publish our evaluation criteria. We have 8 criteria. They total 120 points. Price is 40 points. The reputation of an offer's goods and services on projects of similar scope is 10 points. The quality of an offer's goods and services on similar scope is 10 points. The completion record of an offer on similar scope projects is another 10 points. The response to warranty items is 10 points. Closeout is 10 points. The project team is 10 points. And then the subcontractors get 20 points. So we use our A&E team, we get references, my project team evaluates, we take the average of those scores, and that determines the rank of the proposer. In short, we're recommending the best qualified vendor that provides the best value for the district.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Natalie.
Matsky and Metcalf Elementary School res.
Yeah, I didn't have the bid sheet.
Dr. Henry, it was inadvertently left off the backup we sent in, but we can get it to you. I apologize.
Natalie? Gilbert?
It is the lowest bid,
It is
though.
the lowest bid.
It's the lowest bid.
It's the best value bid, right?
It is the highest ranked proposal, just happens to be the lowest cost proposal.
Just on the Matsky and Metcalf elementary school renovations. So just for the viewing public, and I won't state what's being done, there's, like Julie had said earlier, it's good to see the bond money being spent again. And Metcalf being a little bit older than the brand-new Matsky school that was just built a few years ago, but we are still adding more security levels. Like, we have the paperwork here in front of us. We won't go into those levels, but it's just reassuring to hear that. I think Lucas has stated earlier, it'd been nice for the public viewing to know some of this, of the security measures that are going on without big fanfare. I wanted to bring this up here. I'll bring it up now. Me and Julie were at an event last month where one of the questions where the police department was giving a presentation, and there was a few concerns from parents who had volunteered, and Julie was in attendance, and she helped out the captain there and with a great answer on what the bond money was doing. And then I stayed later on reassuring the same parent what we're doing. And I see it here, and for the viewing public and for the community here, it's an ongoing issue. And again, the superintendent stated that how far ahead we are, and there's still more work to be done, as somebody else has stated. There's always work to be done, but we appreciate everything Matt and his team does, and it's just reassuring seeing it, and I wanted to bring it to highlight because we only have a small window, but we're not finished, and it's always going on though, so.
And Matt, as long as you're standing there, I do have some other standard questions. I always like to look who is the low bidder. For these two contracts, did they go to the same company or different companies?
Well, these two contracts went to different companies. Keith went to Division, let me make sure. Keith went to Prime Contractors, and Matsky and Metcalf went to ICI Construction.
Very good. Secondly, as I always ask, even though it's in our board book, I don't know that the viewing public will take the time, even though some of this is available to everybody. Briefly describe what the purpose of these two projects are, and then my standard question, which is always looking backwards, did either of these areas have any water intrusion problems caused by rising water from the last hurricane event?
Yes, sir. All three of these campuses are receiving the 2019 bond safety and security upgrades, which are security for open concept classrooms, or what we refer to as segmentation, additional card readers and exterior doors, additional lockdown buttons. We're hardening the main front desk to provide more protection for our receptionists, exterior window and door numbering, impact-resistant glass on high-traffic areas and doors, and we've already installed classroom phones in all of our classes. And none of these campuses are located within a floodplain, and none of them had any flooding during Harvey.
Thank you. I do have one other question. A school district not adjacent to us, but in the general area, they suffered a power outage and a power surge that knocked all their card readers off. And this happened this week. Are we satisfied that we have sufficient surge protection to keep our campuses from being violated by electrical surges?
We don't have, that's a tough answer. I mean, if we get a large surge to a campus, it is going to knock a lot of things out, and it may knock our card readers out. That is one thing that we're working on to improve. We could always have better surge protection.
So if you would, and I don't know if this is for you, Matt, or over in your direction, Roy, or if it's on your side of the fence, Mark, but I can share with you the school district, although Roy, I'm sure, already knows it. If we could put it on the agenda at some point in time to have a second look at our surge protection, because when I heard about that from a trustee, I thought, oh my, that's serious. Particularly the lights going out for 45 minutes and you had backup generators in place, but not enough to cover the entire campus. And
Roy may have a better answer than I answered.
Well, and you don't have to answer tonight. This is really more out in the future, and I would like some assurance that we are in fact looking to at least mitigate the impact if that could happen here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Jackson, we're a little more concerned about the grid.
Right.
I understand.
Mr. Jackson, just very quickly, I knew I had seen it at home. I did find it again. The bid document is just right the next page after the letter. So if you just scroll down, it is on there. So, yes.
Yeah, it's the second page.
Yeah. Correct.
But the difference is it's set up as a PDF, and the reason why I know that is you can't copy it, because when I ask my questions, I copy the text, and this text could not be copied. However, with the board having questions on this, and to give everybody an opportunity to go back and take a look at the bid package, may we leave this on non-consent agenda? Item 3F, let me look to the right. To the left. Non-consent, if you would, please. 3G, the board will consider approving the sale of property previously declared a surplus located on Legacy Park near Wilburn Elementary School, the Harris County Emergency Services District Number 9, Cy-Fair Fire Department, and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate the final terms of the sale and execute all contracts and related documents for closing. Information was was contained in the board package itself. There are no speakers on the topic this evening. Any questions? Scott, Natalie, Gilbert? To the left, Lucas, Debbie, Julie?
Nope.
None. May we move this to the consent agenda? Holly, if you would. 3H, the board will consider approving the attached list of facilities for off-campus physical education, Category 1, and that's important, for the spring semester of the 2022-2023 school year. There are no speakers this evening. We don't have a presentation, questions only. Scott, anything? Gilbert? To my left, Lucas, Debbie, Julie. Linda, if you would, please explain the difference. Category 1, is there another category, and why is that important to our parents?
Mr. Jackson, there is a second category, but we have always functioned under Category 1, which is the Olympic caliber program. And we really try to focus on sports areas that we do not offer in our school district. And every year we go back and we evaluate it and we see, is there something else we need to capture? For example, one that's most recent is rugby, that we added as a sports as a team type opportunity for kids for off-campus PE. We don't offer that. So that's another opportunity. So every year we go back and we look at it. But this category offers more than just a regular off-camp, just PE or an activity. It really is Olympic type opportunities.
Thank you. May we move this item to consent? Holly, thank you. The board will consider approving dual course credit partnership agreement between Cypress-Fairbanks ISD and Lone Star College. No speakers on this topic this evening. Any questions? Looking to my right, to my left. Julie?
No questions. I just have a comment. I am proud of the partnership that Cypher ISD has with Lone Star College to offer dual credit courses, college level courses and credits to our students.
I do have a couple of questions in this area. A number of years ago, we had students come up and they wanted us to offer advanced calculus, differential equations, or advanced applied calculus. That would be the third and fourth semester of college calculus. And they seemed to indicate that they thought they had 15 or 16 students scattered. And we didn't have Zoom capability at that time. I noticed that we are not offering for dual credit either differential equations or advanced applications for calculus. Do our students still want that?
I'm sorry, let me see. Teresa, what did you do?
I didn't do it. Okay. Her speaker was on.
Mr. Jackson, we offer, as you know, a large number of dual credit programs, and every year it has actually increased. In fact, our head count has increased by 117, almost 118%. Some of the courses, like the one you're speaking of, require a more advanced level of teaching than what our dual credit teachers may have. The course you're talking about is typically taught by the dean of the college, of that college. And so we offer the opportunity for kids to be able to take that course either before school or after school type, or early release or late release type option at Lone Star College.
So a follow-up on that, when I did my walkthrough of Bridgeland, I was actually cornered by two students who asked about taking differential equations, which actually is kind of a fun course.
For some people, Mr. Jackson.
But I want to make certain that our students understand, because what they were, the additional math course they were taking is not, although it's an advanced math course, it really was not an extension of calculus. I would like reassurance off camera that we are reaching out to those students to let them know that after they've taken the advanced calculus that's offered as juniors, that there still is another path forward for that additional college course. And then in a similar vein, I was contacted by a group of students with one representative, and these were our junior high students who had already taken Algebra 2 and were ready to take geometry before they moved out. And they are Zooming on that, so we are offering it, but there were technical difficulties. Have we been able to address those technical difficulties?
We did look into that, and I know that Paula's not here. Paula, I know, Ms. Ross had been looking into that, and I can follow up with her on Monday to see what those, where we're at with that. But we do have a number of students who do take geometry, actually, in eighth grade, and it's kind of like what Dr. Blassingame was sharing, as our students are asking, and so we look to see how can we provide that support. We do it by connecting into one of the high schools, and we're looking at ways to improve that. For example, that student that reached out to you talked about missing some of the instruction from another class because of how the schedule falls at the high school level. So we're working on that to see how we can make some adaptations to that, so our kids are able to take the course, be able to participate in it, and not lose instructional time for the next course that they're in.
Thank you. That does in fact tie in. Those are the students who would be looking to take that third semester of college calculus as seniors. Yes, Lucas?
When you're done, I've got other questions.
Well, Lucas, you know me. I
know
never
you're not
get
done.
So go ahead, sir.
All right. So, Scott, gotcha. No. So I'm noticing that we have 4 computer science classes. And so when we're thinking about technology, I'd like to raise a question of, there's all kinds of, I think about things that are kind of rudimentary. And so, coding in Python, there's lots of different languages that are sort of entry-level, very well-established capabilities from a programming standpoint and disciplines from a quantitative analysis standpoint. And so I'm curious, when we're selecting the course mix, and I see the computer science, 1 and 2, has there been demand that you guys have found for other courses? I'm surprised that's all that we've got.
Mr. Scanlon, first of all, I will share that we have to work with Lone Star College regarding what courses we're able to offer our students. And so that's one piece. And the second piece is we have to have the teachers to be able to provide the coursework. And so when we have requests for courses, and we work with Lone Star College on them, but typically, and every year it may change regarding what courses we offer. I will tell you that my team we have a very tight relationship with Lone Star College and are always looking at different catwalks or crosswalks to be able to match what's being offered at the college and what's being offered in the classroom. And
Okay.
so when courses are requested, then we do look into it, and then we work with Lone Star College to see how can we provide these courses.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that there was some form of demand function, letting you guys know what was out there, what is being requested. I'm just cybersecurity, base level pipe. Anyway, there's a whole litany, and so I'm surprised.
We do have some cybersecurity courses that are, or content that's embedded in some of these courses, because that's one of the things that Dr. Henry has had us working on for a while. So we do have some of that embedded into some of these courses. I will also share with you that, again, working with Lone Star College, we've worked at building our base of dual credit teachers.
Yeah.
And so we have a scholarship program where if teachers are interested in achieving the additional 18 hours that they need to be able to teach a dual credit course, we have some scholarship money that we provide in the areas where we need more teachers.
Can I follow up on that? I will say, thankfully, we're offering, this is a foreign language as well. There is, since I just got finished paying for my son going to college, Introduction to Computers and Programming Fundamentals does touch on Java, does touch on some of those programming languages as well, which is a good foundational approach for someone looking to get a degree in those programs. So those are some of the things I think you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's under foreign language, which to me is great for some kids as alternatives who can't traditionally take a foreign language like my daughter. So it's a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Natalie?
Actually, is it true that Lone Star now offers a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity? I think I was at a chamber event, and I was sitting next to the gentleman who may have been the founding professor or the lead of it.
Dr. Blasingame, I'm going to ask Dr. Bergman.
Actually, Julie's got the answer up here.
They are offering, there's just
One
a
in
little.
cybersecurity, and then, what were the other ones?
Nursing or teaching?
Nursing.
Yes.
Not teaching yet. We're trying. We're working
Yes,
on that one.
let's lobby for that. I'll go with you.
Yes.
There's some.
Oh, and
look,
emergency management services.
They are offering, there's some little caveats in there. Like, for example, for the nursing, there are courses that students cannot take until they're 18. So they can't complete that coursework. And that's the same thing with cybersecurity. There are some courses that are offered at some of the different colleges, the Lone Star College, but not at one specific college, and then there's some that are not offered at all. So I know that they're working on that, but yes, they really are moving fast to be able to offer some bachelor's degrees, and then we've been in communication and discussions with them about those.
And that leads me to another question I had. I'm wondering about the courses here, how many are new? I see AP Spanish, for example, now being 9th through 12th grade. Was that an expansion of the grades available? I know I've run into, several families have run into that issue that took Spanish for native speakers in middle school, and then the availability, actually the requests for the course at the high school when they weren't high enough. So is that a change that was made to this, or any of these new?
We've had that course. Where are you, Heather? It's not new, correct? Yeah. No, it's not new.
But and 9th through 12th grade always had that option? Interesting, okay. And then one other question is, do these courses, when it says fall and spring, are these always, could they always be taken as standalone, like a semester without the other semester? Or does the high school requirement force kids to take them both together?
Like in one semester, you're talking about?
No. I mean, for example, could a person take AP Art History in the fall and not take the spring semester?
Yes.
That's great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know by asking that question I was going to open up all kinds of avenues. I do have another question in that area. We do not offer dual credit. So we offer dual credit in work areas. The best example is welding. I think we have 4 courses there. We don't offer any courses in plumbing, no courses in electrical. And once again, I know that it's a matter of shortage of teachers from Lone Star College. I do know that different areas around the state, because I visited those districts, most notably Corpus Christi area, that they have those courses available. I would certainly like for us always to be on the lookout as to when those get added so that we can offer those to our students should they be interested.
So those are our workforce courses that Lone Star College calls, really workforce versus dual credit. They're called workforce courses. And so we do have some of that are available to our students, and then we're able to provide a lot of them in-house for our students as well, including plumbing, because we do offer some plumbing courses.
So we do have plumbing in-house already?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, thank you. So may we move 3I to consent agenda? Holly, if you would, we still have a quorum. 3J, the board will consider authorizing superintendent to execute a memorandum of understanding with 240 certification for student-teacher placement. No speakers on this topic this evening. Any questions? To my right, to my left, may we move this to consent? Holly, 3J is on consent. 3K, the board will consider making a determination that good cause did not exist as required by law for Samantha Amin, Bruno Baltazar, Amanda Chapin, Nicole Kerfman, Julie Ho, Erlinda Kennedy, Helen Juan, Jennifer Lindner, Madison Newhouse, Megan Puckett, Yvonne Sidlin, and Danielle Wall to resign their respective employment contracts. This item may be discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 551.074. We will go into closed session later on this item. There are no speakers on this topic this evening. 3L, the board will consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to Yakira Dean that it is proposed her employment with the district under a probationary contract be terminated. It is further recommended that the president of the board notify the teacher of the proposed action to terminate her employment pursuant to 21.104 of the Texas Education Code. This item may be discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 551.074. We will discuss this matter in closed session, and there are no speakers on this topic this evening. We will now proceed with what everybody in the room is waiting for, the discussion portion of the agenda. 4A, finally. The administration will discuss establishing attendance boundaries for elementary number 58 and middle school number 20 and modifying multiple attendance boundaries. We do have a presentation this evening. However, first we have our speakers. Now, we have over 15 individuals who signed up to speak. So that means everybody has 1 minute to speak. When the yellow light goes off, it means you have 30 seconds to wrap up. When the red light goes off, please wrap up in a sentence. If you take more than a sentence, I will step in and say, please wrap up. So those are the ground rules. Mr. Secretary, are you ready? Yes. Do you have your timer reduced to 1 minute? Okay. We do have the names of the speakers in order. So we will start with number 1. This is Isabel Brodsky.
Hi. Most of you know me. We've chatted, and I appreciate you all for that. The ones that we haven't chatted with, you have an email from me, so be prepared. My name is Isabel, and I'm going to talk about 4 schools today: Rennell, Postma, Andre, and Walker ES. The current proposal cuts 2 huge communities, Town Lake and Canyon Lakes West, in half to help with filling Postma. And I feel like it's unnecessary. And I feel a lot of parents feel it's unnecessary. So what I did was I went over and beyond and I created the community map. And I looked at how to keep communities together, meet the goals that you guys want, and proceed with happy districts. So Canyon Lakes West keeps the community together while being rezoned to Postma entirely. They want to be rezoned. So far, half the section is being rezoned. They all want to be rezoned from Andre to Postma. Andre, the principal, spoke to me this week. She's ecstatic about that idea because of what's happening with Marvita. Marvita is about to send over 2,000 students to Andre and Walker, and this will help that, plus keep Town Lake together at Rennell. So take a look at the community map and go from there.
Time's up, ma'am.
Thank you.
So before we start again, I went ahead and let the last speaker continue, but that was a few too many sentences to wrap up. So we need to do a better job on that. Andrew Roberson.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm complimenting what Isabel just said, but I want to speak specifically to numbers that were in the November 14th proposal. So I'm going to go pretty fast here because it's all numbers. To start with, PASA's projection for the 22-23 school year for Rennell was 23 off. That's in the proposal as it is. That's 23 students. Furthermore, the 181 students that are included in the Phase 2 removal from Town Lake to Postma has been confirmed by Laura Lawless is based on current numbers, which includes 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. Now, this takes effect in 2024, which means that those students will be irrelevant to these projections. Now, if you average that out, if you average the grade out across those 181 students, add in the snapshot of what the students are, you're looking at somewhere between 90 and 120 students difference. Now, when we're trying to get a capacity down to about 1,100, that makes a huge difference in that. Furthermore, with the current economics of things and building homes and new homes, the projected addition from the new parts of the neighborhood will be much less than were projected. So I invite you to look at your projections and reassess them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Young.
Hi, my name is Denise Young, and I'm a realtor for Keller Williams, and I lived in Town Lake and Cypress for the past 10 years. Active listings are down compared to previous 6 months. Currently, we have 52 homes with 20% of the listings in the Heritage 55 and 55 section and up. There's no children will be going to these homes. Active listings are right now taking 71 average days on the market. This is more than double than last year. Pending listings are down just to 10 homes with 77 days average, 77 days on average. Because of the home prices going up, inflation, and the interest rates going up, with 50 to 75 basis points, people are going to be having a hard time to afford these homes. So that's why we should let students at Renal, that way they can be all one full community still. Thank you.
I would remind our speakers that it is always appropriate that if you want to leave us, if you're talking numbers, if you want to leave us a copy of the numbers you're talking about, you can leave one copy of it with Holly, and she can make copies for everybody up here at the board. You don't have to, but something that if you want to, it's certainly appropriate. Our next speaker is Tracy Roberson.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Tracy Roberson. I've lived in Town Lake for 10 years. I have 2 daughters at Renell Elementary in 2nd and 4th grade. I'm speaking to you tonight from the perspective of not only a highly concerned parent, but as a representative of the PTO at Renell. I've served on the PTO board for 5 years, the last 3 as president. In the years that I've been a part of this organization at Renell, the program has become an integral part of the school. The hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have contributed, we have been able to provide things like field trips for all students and instructional support for teachers. The people who have lived in the community of Town Lake the longest are the most invested. Many of the people who have built, who are currently contributing to, and will continue to contribute to the future leaders of the PTO are residents south of Tuckerton. Your decision to remove parts of Town Lake from Renell will impact the legacy and the future of service to the school that has taken years to build. I urge you to take into consideration all avenues that will be impacted by dividing Town Lake. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, and I will ask you to correct me when I call your name and give me the appropriate pronunciation of your name. Vasanta Potru. I'll repeat the request. Vasanta Potru.
I believe her daughter is sick and she cannot make it this evening.
Very good. We will move to the next speaker, Nageesh Mishra. And first, before you start, please pronounce your name properly for me.
I will, sure. Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members. My name is Nageesh Mishra. I represent more than 300 families of Brisk Creek. 40 are here. I want to pass on very clearly message and convey to you all as a request that we, as a Brisk Creek, we do not want any change, neither in elementary, neither in middle school, that's Smith, nor in high school. Our main concern with the Cy Spring High School, which is publicly known for the unwanted activities, like you are sending our kids from the top to the bottom. We moved to the Brisk Creek for a reason, and that reason cannot change just in 1 year. We have more than 300 families moved there. Our key concern are safety of our children, quality of education, social and mental connect due to heavy changes in the social and economy diversity which is there in Cy Spring. My sincere request to all members that please accept this request and hear our voices. Thank you very much. Mr. Brisk Creek wants no change.
I would ask our speakers as we move on, we definitely want to hear what you want to do and the pros and cons, but I see no need to make derogatory comments about the campus that you may or may not be zoned to. Certainly, we all have strong feelings. I know when my family was rezoned from Cy Falls to Langham Creek, we had very strong feelings. And my younger two graduated from Langham Creek, and we have board members whose children are at Langham Creek. We all have strong feelings, and it's important to have those strong feelings as our parent. But I see no need to make derogatory comments about any of our schools, whether we're going to be zoned there or not. So I would just ask that you keep that in mind. Our next speaker, and once again, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name properly, Brahma Makala.
Good evening, everyone. So I say Bridge Creek, I'm also from the Bridge Creek. We don't want to change the reason. We moved recently here for the future of the kids. So example, my younger kid went to pre-K Wells. Now she's attending pre-K for Pope. She's attending now for the kinder at Wells. Now you're asking me to move next year into different school. Because such a young age, she already changed 3 schools. Now whenever I ask, do you have friends? She's saying, no, I don't have any friends. Because they have to move, juggling around. I think that's a serious concern I have. Another thing, when I looked at moving to the high school, we are talking about 13 kids for the next up to 26, 27. When I checked the federal report on the high school, we see the 149 violations in the high school itself in 2018, 2019. And next one, 19 to 20, we see the 43. So maybe it's because of pandemic, maybe less, I don't know. It's a highly crime rate area, so we don't want to send our kids to the problematic. We are here for the good education and safety we want to provide to my kids. Thank you. So, which kids we don't want to change. Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Shannon Viola.
I'm here in opposition of the proposed boundary changes affecting various parts of Stonegate. Earlier today, I emailed an alternative proposal for the repopulation of Copeland for the 2023 school year. Our home is in RC 706. When local elementary schools are ranked based on driving distance from my home, my son is currently zoned and attending the 4th farthest elementary school. The district's current proposal recommends sending us farther away from our Stonegate community to the 5th farthest elementary school. I urge you to reconsider alternatives. Regarding boundary proposals, previously the parent Lisa Abuka shared her desire for schools to be the heart of the neighbors. I share that sentiment and feel that alternative proposals can keep children closer to home while still meeting the goals of the community. Stonegate is more than an HOA, we're a community, and my desire is to be together with my neighbors, not farther from home. I'd like to see the district decrease the frequency of boundary changes, not increase them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Manish Mittal.
Hello, everyone. It's Manish Mittal. So again, I'm here to reiterate what my fellow residents have already mentioned. We don't want to change our schools, but I want to say something different. Bridge Creek is a very small community at the southern border of Bridgeland. If you remove the big name sign that we have in the front, you wouldn't even be able to tell that we are not part of Bridgeland. So somehow Bridgeland people or kids are able to stay with Bridgeland School, and we, very small community, maybe around 100 elementary school going kids and maybe 50 middle school and 12 high school are being moved to other, the other schools. And even if you want us to move, as far as elementary school is concerned, Wells is around 1.5 miles from Bridge Creek. McGowan is 0.7 miles, and the new element 58, number 58, is more than 2 miles, which is across Fry Road. So to us, it doesn't make any sense why we are being zoned from McGowan or Wells to number 58. And for high school, again, we already said that it's not very safe for us. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker, Tawana Wakir.
It's Tawana Walker. And before I get started, I wanted to know, my daughter had wanted to speak as a student and part of the community. Can she also have the 1 minute, or do we have to cut my 1 minute into 30 seconds between the two of us?
So the way that we have revised the rules is whoever signed up is the speaker.
Okay. Well, I had put her that she was going to be with me in my sign-up, so I didn't know that you could put one for a student. The way that the questions were asked was almost as if an adult was speaking.
So a student can in fact sign up. They would have to sign up separately.
Okay.
And so in this case, since we have over 15 who signed up.
That's fine. We'll just proceed.
Very
Okay.
good.
Thank you. As a community, my name is Tawana Walker, and I am speaking on behalf of the rezoning that has been proposed for the high school, for those of us that live in Canyon Lakes at Stonegate, from removing some of those students and moving them into Langham. And I just don't agree with that, because the displacement of the amount of students is less than 200, and so that does not help with the proposal of moving them into a campus to help bring bodies into that campus. It's less than 200, and after reviewing the maps and even the 5-year proposals, it still does not get that school to 100% capacity, and it still has Cy Ranch at a higher capacity. So displacing just those less than 200 kids does not help with the long-term effects that the 5-year projections have. So I'm asking that you reconsider rezoning that and look at the bigger problem at how do we challenge and look at actually increasing without having to rezone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Viola.
Thank you. Ryan Viola, father and resident. My wife Shannon spoke earlier. My wife Shannon is a former school psych for the district. She's now a professor of psychology for U of H. So when this came out, the boundary proposals, she was hot over it. She's not happy about it. She's an educator. If she says it's not good for the kids, then I'm going to take her word for it over anybody's. So that same week, and then I got to wrap my head around it too. I'm from a small town, 3 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. So this is new to me. Maybe it's standard operating procedure for larger districts. I don't know. I never knew about this stuff. But thinking about sending all these little kids in elementary school, and they're going to have to say goodbye to their favorite first and second, third grade teachers they got used to, and get reacclimated to a new facility and new faculty, and make new friends, because it's cutting our neighborhood right in half. And then I also got my bill from the district. So all this is going on, and by the way, Mr. Viola, you owe us a check for $4,000. So it doesn't sit well with me at all. I'm here because the schools are good and I got a good job. If the school goes away, I can find a job anywhere, you know. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sudhakar Ivuri.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Sudhakar Ivuri. Hopefully you got it. So I'm here on behalf of Bridge Creek. So as my colleagues and my neighbors was telling, we are really devastated with this decision, because my kids are going to 2 different schools and they have to change school district every 3-4 years, and that's not very reasonable or not fair, because we're not really solving the bigger problem here. We are just sending people to different school districts based on some assumptions and some hypothetical numbers, because the new construction that's happening in Bridge Creek or Avalon is not at that space that was there earlier. Like last 1 year, there are only 200 homes that were built, and the kind of percentage that we see here is 13 high school students are going to, Bridgeland High School, and we are trying to solve the problem by moving 13 kids from one zone, and based on hypothetical numbers. I want to stress on that, because they are really hypothetical. There are 2 new private schools coming in Bridgeland, and there is 1 high school coming at, towards the 290. So there are 3 new high schools are coming up in the Bridgeland zone, and you are taking away our kids from the closer schools and sending them far away from, beyond Fry Road and beyond other areas.
Please
which is
wrap
not
up.
ideal. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for considering.
Our next speaker, Nirmal Padel. Very good. Our next speaker. Oh my goodness. Aditi Chitali.
Hello. Yeah, you pronounce it right. It's Aditi Chitali. I'm from Bridge Creek, and I would like to oppose all the boundary changes given for Bridge Creek and would like to continue with Bridgeland schools for our kids. Bridgeland High School is code 96 according to Texas Education Agency versus Cy Spring is code just 80. So you can see the numbers difference there. And there are other numbers here on the paper I can show you, which shows that Cy Spring is underperforming compared to Bridgeland High School. And we bought houses in this area last year considering the schools. And the change is happening so fast, it's just not fair for our kids. Last but not the least, like people have mentioned here, crime rate data shows that Cy Spring High School has high crime rate for Cypress ISD. And this is a huge public safety concern for us and the kids. And this can lead to a mental crisis, which might just continue.
Please wrap up.
So no change for us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neba Padel. Our next speaker is Aaron Rabin.
Good evening. My name is Erin Rabin, and I am a parent of Town Lake Section 274A, part of the Phase 2 rezoning. I want to voice my concern tonight that many of the facts presented in the current proposal may not be accurate, and they create risk of disrupting lives while not achieving the district's desired outcome. The students proposed to move from Rennell to Postma all come from a mature neighborhood where the majority of the families have lived in our homes for 5 to 10 plus years, are 40 plus years old, and will not be adding any additional children to Rennell or moving homes. With the numbers Mr. Roberson presented, we have to question the accuracy of the assumptions used and if the proposal unnecessarily separates communities. Are you as board members comfortable voting yes to a proposal that disrupts students' lives, separates communities, and may not even solve the problem at hand? As we understand the capacity challenges the district faces, we come prepared with an alternative plan as presented by Ms. Brodsky. Tonight, I implore you to reconsider the current proposal and instead approve the community map. It is well-researched, aligned with educators, rezones established communities together, and achieves the district's goals while also minimizing disruption to students during formative education years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian O'Rear.
So I come from a little bit different place than what everybody else is speaking to. My kids go to Lampkin, Spillane, and Cy Ranch. And I'm speaking because each time they step up, it's a split campus. They go from Lampkin to multiple middle schools. They go from Spillane to 2 different high schools. Each time they lose friends. There's no continuity between the schools. So of the proposals that are out there, I would urge the board to create Smith as a direct feeder into Ranch. That's what's out there. That's what one of the proposals is there. It keeps the continuity between the schools so much better. It will keep those kids together as they go from middle school to high school. Something that my kids didn't have and aren't proposed to have. Thank you.
Our last speaker on this agenda item is Van Leer Scott.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Van Leer Scott. I represent Bridge Creek, and I'm emphasize the same things everybody else said about the school. Everybody moved over there. About the school, we moved over there about a year ago. And I just got one question. I just want to ask you guys, I heard you talking about the charter school and homeschool, but what would make me and a lot of people here decide to, well, you're not going to change the zone. We can just homeschool our kids, take them to charter school. I mean, anybody got an answer? Yeah. I mean, anyone y'all got an answer? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
That concludes our speakers on this agenda topic. Before we move to closed session, I would like to thank everyone for being here tonight. I would also like to thank those.
Mr. President, we are going to have a presentation from the district on attendance zones.
We are. We need to move that on my script. Okay, we have our presentation.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees.
One moment, I'm sorry. Mr. President, would you encourage audience members to remain so that you can hear the presentation from the district? Can we do that? Okay, thanks.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, the presentation this evening, first, we'd like to review the boundary proposal that we presented to you on November 14th. Provide some clarification on the maps and some of the areas that we recommended in that proposal. Also review all of the input. I think that we've received, as you know, a great deal of input and feedback on those proposals, and we welcome that. We thank the parents that are here this evening also to share their feedback and input. And please know that we don't take these recommendations lightly. We understand the complexity of this. We understand the emotion of the parents when faced with having to change schools. And I can honestly say, when we have parents that come up and speak and not wanting to leave the campus that they're currently zoned to or will be zoned to, we see that as a positive. I think that's a good thing. I think our principals work extremely hard to create a climate and a culture that kids want to be a part of, that they feel comfortable in, and that parents also want to be a part of. So we do understand that. At the same time, it's difficult when you're a part of a district like ours that not only continues to grow, but we are a large district where we're seeing changes in population at our current campuses. And so we're faced with that dilemma of how to, first off, populate those new schools to relieve the overcrowding at those campuses, and then try to balance some enrollment and reduce enrollment at overpopulated schools while better utilizing underutilized schools. So that is what involves a lot of the recommended changes. And I know that it's not easy. There are certainly 1,000,001 different ways that you could possibly accomplish this. But the work of the committee was really focused on just some key areas at this time. It's unfortunate that I do think that this is a situation we're going to find ourselves in over the next few years as the district completes its build-out, but we still have to address growth in different areas, and we have to balance some of those enrollments. But we welcome your input and feedback on ways that we could possibly consider tweaking and modifying the plan that we presented to you last month. We may not be able to give you the exact numbers tonight for some of the ideas that you may have. I know some of you have shared some thoughts and ideas with us, and Ms. Duran is going to attempt to try to address that. Also, some of the maps and numbers that some parents have shared with Ms. Lawless and Ms. Duran, they have also tried to work with those, and we're going to share that. We're trying to be as transparent with this process as possible. You know, as far as the accuracy of the numbers, that's what's difficult. These are always projections, and you can never 100% project exactly how many students are going to reside in each home or in a home that's not even built. So our demographers have to utilize a formula. And then to complicate that, there are so many other factors that impact those numbers on an annual basis. What happens with mortgage rates, a pandemic, all of those things make it very, very difficult. So we just have to work hard and use all the different resources that are available to us to make the best projections possible. And that's what we attempt to do on a regular basis. We're not saying it's perfect. There's no perfect solution here. But I do want you to know that we're working hard to come to you with recommendations that we feel can accomplish some of the priorities that we have with this proposal. Again, the two main priorities: populate Elementary 58, which will open in August, and to populate Middle School 20. So those are the two major ones. And so then when we look at all of the other boundary proposals, there are obviously flexibility and decisions that the board can consider and look at on how we want to address the areas of overcrowding at Rennell, at Bridgeland, at Ranch, at Hancock. Those are the key areas, and Walker, and then what we see down the road with this. So I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Duran, but again, we'll probably come back to you again on Monday to try to respond to any of the input and feedback that you provide to us this evening.
All right, good evening. Earlier, Patricia just mentioned projections, and I think Dr. Blasingame, you mentioned, didn't know we were at 118, 155 on Snapshot. We projected the district to be 118, 673, and we were pretty darn close. That's 95.5. So we were 0.5% off. So we're pretty proud of that number and proud of our projections. The magic is where they all attend. And with transfers and other things that apply, sometimes it's hard. So like last time, I'd like to start and first say thank you to some people. This has been quite a process. I feel like we've birthed the 1,100-pound elephant. But my little department of general administration has helped so much with this project. We've double-checked, triple-checked the numbers that have already been quadruple-checked. Diane Hopman, Daphne and Tricia, and Records Secretary all took care of business, and while this consumed the lives of us, but especially would like to thank Laura Lawless and Chris Henning, who are here tonight, from the Boundaries, Projections, and Planning Department within the General Admin Department. I'm there every day listening to answer the calls from the community, many of you who spoke here tonight. There's not a better example of lining up in this world when you listen to them on the phone, advocating for every school in the district. Not just saying it, but believing it in their hearts that all of the schools are equal and all of the schools in this district are great. And with that being said, there were a total of 4,015 entries in 3 short weeks. In the 8.5 years, that's quite a number compared to in the past. Community, we have heard you. While we aggregated the data into levels, grades, and specific proposal, this does not mean we acted on those speaking the loudest. Every submission was read by our Boundary Committee and the Board of Trustees. We all surmise that the majority voice of the committee speaks to not wanting their child or their children to move. We also had much input from principals, teachers, and coaches. The voices of those speak to wanting more students, higher enrollment, and in an equal amount speaking to wanting lower enrollment as class numbers are high and the challenges for master scheduling on both sides. This is not to diminish space needed for classrooms when the enrollment is considerably higher than the capacity of the building. So we come to you tonight, Board, Dr. Henry, community, to provide a summary of our proposal from November 14th and feedback we've received since then. Additionally, we'd like to share some data that is steering us to some recommendations for modifications to our original proposal. Okay. I don't know okay. Reminder, this is what the Boundary Committee was tasked to do. Boundary lines for Elementary 58 to open in August of 23, Middle School 20, August of 23, Elementary 59 in 24, And then again, like Ms. Hall said, relief to identify campuses, maximize underutilized campuses, and align feeder patterns due to boundary changes. The first two we have to do, and the remainder of the proposal and options are just that. Okay? However, we feel these proposals and options are a very proactive approach in providing much-needed relief to several campuses while better utilizing adjacent campuses. With all the feedback we received, I looked at the slide differently this time. Typically, I just say, these are the amazing people that helped us with this progress. Said, these are their roles now in this district. These now leaders of the district are once secretaries, registrars, bus drivers, bus routers, special ed teachers, regular teachers, team leaders, counselors, coaches, assistant principals, directors of instructions, curriculum specialists, associate principals, and principals. The years and experience make for an incredible resume. For this committee, in addition, I know personally that more than half of these people, their kids grew up in Cypher as well and have had their fair share of boundary changes with their own children. So again, these people, I promise you, these people get it and they take it very serious when it comes to kids. Okay. Here's where we are, December 8th. Tonight we're going to quickly review, and then we're going to share the first round of the input, then share a couple more options to consider when we're relevant to the input. Ask the board for any other additional modifications or recommendations that you would like for us to explore, and time considering, we could share those with you Monday night. We'll come back in January, review the input that we're going to receive between now and then, and after Monday night's board meeting. And then on January the 12th, hopefully provide a final recommendation that the board is pleased with for the boundaries for the 23-24 and possibly 24-25 school year. Okay, again, these are the considerations that drive the boundary committee decisions: projections, capacities, neighborhoods, minimal changes, campus feeder systems, location of thoroughfares, creeks and easement, geographical proximity, input from the community, and for all the options that we've shared along with the ones tonight, I can assure you that all of these categories have been considered in all of our decisions. Okay. All right, as I mentioned, 4,015 entries, over 250 from the same IP address, addressing all grade levels of the district, 90 entries from another and 70 from another, so 410 came from 3 people. We read them all. This graph is not surprising if your child is moving. 3/4 of the comments were not super excited about it. So of these 4,015 entries, 41%, around 1,646, were related to the high school proposals, 32% with the middle school proposals, and 27, 1,084 elementary related. Again, some comments were multi-level and shared in percentages when they had multiple students. Okay. When asked to select what grade their child is in, these are the results. We had many comments related to high school with their children still being in early elementary, but mostly looking at the 6th to the 9th graders being our biggest audience. With so many elementary schools, 28 to be exact, proposals from the last presentation, that's why the majority of them came in these 8 categories. I thought it would be great to show where the 27% of the elementary feedback was targeted. Overwhelmingly, the majority of the entries were with the Rennell Postman relief, along with the opening of elementary 59 in the Town Lake area, and then after that, alt relief. Okay, before we dive in, I want to clarify a few things. I feel if these 2 topics were understood from the November 14th presentation, we probably would have about 1,000 less entries. I also know if you just looked at the PowerPoint and didn't actually hear the presentation, it could be unclear as to who has to go for a particular boundary proposal. So if you're in high school, if you're currently attending a high school and you live in an area that we have included as part of our boundary proposal, you may remain at that current high school and receive transportation. Okay? Elementary and middle school, if you're in the 4th grade or the 7th grade, and you live in an area that we have proposed to be rezoned, you may remain at that current school, but you must provide your own transportation as well. Okay, and when I start going over all of the proposals and reviewing them, at the end of every one, I'm going to share the input, a summary of the different statements, and I'm going to ask if you have any questions, and then I'm going to ask if you have any recommendations or modifications for us to consider to investigate for the next meeting. Or if I can answer it then, I'll answer it then. Okay? Any questions before I start? Okay. All right, let's talk about populating 58 first. It's in the bottom southwest corner of the district. It's needed much relief for a few years now. These are the utilization chart that go along with the schools that we're going to touch in this area in the southwest corner. As you can see, they need much relief. Okay, and again, I'm not going to go over this in detail. I'm just saying, remember, looking at the left side of the map, the colors represent the current attendance zones, and the thick black lines are lasted around the proposed zones. So this is what we recommended the last time. Here is the list of the res codes that go along with those proposed changes. And here are the current projected enrollment numbers without building elementary 58, with no changes, along with the proposed projected residents in the new proposed zones to include elementary 58. Notice MROB and Sheridan, they have obviously the highest numbers, and also the capacities of Wilson. That's the biggest thing that you notice when you see the numbers. I'm doing it right here. Okay. The feedback summary for just this proposal, there were 92 entries. Okay. Greater than 50% agree with the recommendations, 42 entries disagreed. For having 8 schools involved in this boundary proposal, this isn't that many entries or 8 different changes. Many were about relationships that they have established, not wanting to change. There are people that would love to go to the new school, and there were people that disagree and are concerned about traffic. Those are the main summary or entries that we received on this proposal. And so at this time, are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback related to opening elementary 58? Nope.
Hold on. I just, given.
By all means, go ahead.
Yeah, so given this is a new process for me, so are you asking us for proposed changes to the plan? I don't understand the
Only
question.
to this proposal. If you have any questions regarding this proposal or any modification that you'd like for us to look at for this plan for opening 58.
Got it. Were there any suggestions by the community on what they would prefer? Because I hear in your comments that there were statements about, I just don't want to move. Did anybody propose an alternate approach?
They would love to go from, a lot of people would like to go to the new building.
Okay.
If they're MROB, they would like to go to the new building. They were also concerned about the traffic in that area.
Mm-hmm.
But there were, not that I recall,
Okay.
of all the 4,000, another one, maybe if there was one, there would be one.
Right, okay. All right, so what I'm hearing is that you've got, and if I recall the numbers, what he just said, is that 25% of these respondents agreed with the changes, meaning more than 50. So this is
Greater than 50%
effectively.
agreed with this proposal.
Okay, so approximately half agreed with the proposal.
Right,
Okay.
42 did not.
I understand. Okay. So for the viewing audience, if there are specific recommendations that would be made, please send those in so that we can consider them. But
Again, we'll
at this
have
time, I have no
an opportunity
questions.
for them to provide feedback as far as which items it all depends on.
Okay.
We're going to structure that form stack.
Thank you.
This proposal that is in front of you now is as a result of the previous proposal, opening 58, with the feeder patterns. Part of our proposal to populate 58, we moved Res Code 3380B from Sheridan to McPhee. And with the changes we recommend to this res code, it makes sense to recommend a middle school change as well. If we don't, they would be the only part of McPhee that would not be attending Thornton. So this goes along with elementary 58. So we thought we'd put it in this part of the presentation. So this is the actual res code that is involved with this proposal. These are the enrollment numbers. If this change is made, there's the difference in capacities. Not a huge difference, but there is a difference when you look at Thornton versus Watkins. And there's only 15 entries with this, 11 agreed, 4 disagreed. There were only 2 comments, and the comments were schools need to be in the center of the attendance boundary committee. And it'd be great if we could make that happen, but it just doesn't always happen. So with this proposal, are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal or the feedback?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, opening middle school 20 in Bridgeland. Smith is at 2,064 yesterday. So it's a good thing that this is happening, considering their enrollment. The new middle school could not come at a better time. These are projected numbers with utilization percentage if we did not have middle school coming and kept the same boundary lines. If you remember with this proposal, we had 2 options. The first option included all of Bridgeland, where the remaining res code stayed at Smith. Here are the list of the res codes that would move from Smith to middle school 20 with this option. And here are the projected totals with this option. It keeps all of Bridgeland together. Middle school 20 would definitely need some relief in the near future. All right, here's option 2, splits Bridgeland at Bridgeland Creek Parkway. It also includes Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek. They're not part of Bridgeland community at that subdivision, but it keeps that southern part, those 2 areas below Bridgeland, in this second zone. Our second option. Here are the list of the res codes that would move from Smith to middle school 20 with this option 2. And here are the projected totals with this option. Now, the Smith still remains at 1,500. As far as feedback is concerned, there were 1,004 entries just for the middle school 20. 554 disagreed, 450 agreed. But when we read all of the comments on the people that disagreed, they were disagreeing with option 2. So 450 agreed with option 1, and all of the 554, with the exception of 3 that we found, disagreed with option 2, meaning they agreed with option 1. Okay, so overwhelmingly support for option 1, which is all of Bridgeland attending middle school 20. Again, we found 3 total entries after week 2 that liked option 2. So same thing at this time. Are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback related to opening middle school 20?
You know, what you said was very important. I think it bears repeating. Explain once again what the feedback was on the 2 options and which option appears to be overwhelmingly acceptable to those people who responded.
Right. Well, even with 1,004 entries just for middle school, that was 25% of all of our entries for all of the boundary proposals. So if 450 people agreed out of the 1,004 entries, and 554 disagreed with the second option agreeing with the first option, all but 3 or 4. Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did.
I've said it so many times I can, confuse myself. So Basically, everybody but about 3 or 4 people loved option 1 and did not like option 2. And keeping
question.
Olive Bridge and community together.
In this scenario, there wasn't a particular responses out of one. What you said? You said the last time there was a lot of responses, 400 responses out of just 3 people, right? You said.
Well, yeah, the second week when we were looking at the second, all of the first through the second week, which the first week was 2,500 plus entries, and the second week was 773. So out of 3,200 we could find, there's three that did not like option 2.
So it's overwhelming in favor of option 1.
In fact, that was what I said, overwhelming support for option 1, which is all of yes.
Mr. Jackson, I do have a comment.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Fully acknowledging, so no one send hate mail my way. So acknowledging option 1 and the parents' endorsement of option 1, fully acknowledging that. I just wanted to also acknowledge what's going to happen to all the extracurricular programs for Smith. It's effectively going to chop everything in half, more than half. So band directors, coaches.
I will make a comment that, what was it, Teresa? What we open when Smith got cut in half just a few short years ago?
It dropped to 5
I think it was close to
Anthony?
600 students at Smith when we opened Anthony. It really went incredibly low.
And it's already tripled back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, before we move on, Lucas, your point is well made. Zoning has a cost.
Yeah.
It has a cost both to those who move as well as those who stay. If you move to a campus that is badly overpopulated, the actual academic attainment is not favorable. But in a similar fashion, if we leave campuses underpopulated, we cannot dedicate sufficient resources at a level that we want them to be. That is our business model. We offer all to all students. But we have to have the students at those campuses.
Yep.
So thank you for bringing that up, because it's something that bears remembering.
Yep.
Tom?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Procedurally, when we get to the point when we make decisions on option 1 or option 2, can you maybe quickly just go over that? Are we giving them direction now, or is that something later on? How is that going to work?
So the way it's set up is for us to vote on this in January. So it will come back. Management can take 1 or 2 courses. One, they can come back and say, this is our best option for you to consider. And listening to management tonight, that would tell me management would come back and say option 1. Or management can say, board, we're giving you 2 choices. What do you want to do? And of course, feedback from the board to me, I'm more than happy to relay our thoughts back to management. So it's always, as long as you communicate just with me, then we're all in good shape. And I'm more than happy, just like the community sends comments to management, I'm happy to receive board comments and send them to management as well. Or you can communicate among everybody, as long as you do not say, I want to vote for option 1, right?
Yep.
Or option 2. Yes, sir.
Well, and if you just go over the 1,000 entries for this, and probably the 1,000 entries that were just misinformed, clarifying, half the entries are then now the rest of the proposal. 4,000 minus the 2,000. Do you understand? Yeah, okay. Okay, Metcalf utilization. This is a plan to better utilize this campus when adjacent campuses were over capacity. Here are the list of res codes that that are associated with this proposal. Holmesley to Metcalf, Lowry to Holmesley. Here are the projected totals with this proposal. Notice the capacity of these schools. Currently, Metcalf has the largest capacity and the smallest enrollment. There you go. It's a much more balanced enrollment with these changes. Okay, there were 93 entries, 40 of them submitted by the same IP address. So out of the other 53 entries, 26 were against Holmesley to Metcalf, wanting the center of attendance boundaries, the center of the school being the center of the attendance boundaries. Also, others referenced COVID-related issues, difficulty establishing new relationships for the young students. 16 loved the entire package. 11 did not like Lowry to Holmesley with personal concerns. Kids maybe at different schools, at different grade levels. And that's pretty much summarizes the entries that we received on these two moves. So at this time, are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback?
I do have a question that is tangential, but I think it's something that we need to be aware of. We have different special populations at our campuses. Do we reevaluate the special populations at the campuses after we do the zoning? To make certain that one campus is properly staffed for the number of special populations that we have zoned to that campus?
We do, and when we're discussing these options, we have Barbara Lewandowski and several other members of her team discussing, what that means to their special programs and to the needs of the campuses that we're proposing these changes to.
And that includes situations like our NAC students who may be scattered, and we have to pick a school for our NAC students to go to, even though
Sure.
it may not be anything close by.
At first, we are looking at the entire group, and then after, or when and if it is approved, then those steps move forward.
Very good, thank you.
This was the plan to better utilize Bain and offer some relief to Holbrook. Also geographically, it just makes sense. Here are the list of res codes. Here's the list of res codes that would move associated with this proposal. And here are the projected totals with this proposal.
I don't think we had probably any complaints on this one.
And again, since this is just part of Bain to Holbrook, it is, Holbrook to Bain, I'm sorry, it is no pie chart for this because there's just one move. They agreed or disagreed. So there were 16 pieces of feedback. There were 12 people agreed with no comments, 4 disagreed. One of the disagreed comments was they were concerned with staffing, moving students to another school. Other than that, there weren't any other comments regarding these 16 pieces of feedback. So again, on this one, are there any questions or modifications regarding this proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the identical question that I asked before when we took a look at Bain many years ago. My concern then, and it is now, when I take a look at transferring of students, we're talking about transferring some from townhomes, but also the vast majority from apartments. We know that apartments have greater movement and greater student mobility, which makes attainment more opportunistic, I guess, for lack of a better word. And so my question then, which is the same question now, are we overloading either of these two campuses with too high of mobility?
You were spot on when you said the area down there, Dean, Bain, the mobility rate in those areas are high. As far as how do we feel, those campuses, right, they're also hard to predict when we have our projections, but in the past few years, we've been okay at, trying to do our best with their projections. That's a tough question. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I didn't say I ever asked fair questions.
Well, I forgot my crystal ball, and I do have one, so.
And Mr. Jackson, the schools in the area we're talking about, we do have high mobility just per se, and so we are aware of that, and we are prepared to support the campuses with the needs of all the students that are there.
And for my new colleagues, although I know Natalie knows everything I'm talking about, in terms of high mobility, one of those campuses I visited, and I asked, of your students who started, how many finished? It was about 5%. That's heartbreaking mobility, but that's factually what we're looking at. In terms of high mobility, they have a percentage, but the real question is, how many students who start with you are the same students you wind up with? And it is a challenge, and we do have to be careful that we're allocating as many resources as we can, because mobility requires greater resources.
And you may recall, Mr. Jackson, that we've talked before about a fairly new program, which is our transition reading specialist. And so we have them at campuses where they have the highest mobilities, and they're working with kids on their reading levels, and it's specifically the kids that have the mobility that these specialists are working with.
Thank you for addressing that. I know that's tangential to the zoning question, but still, it's at the heart of it, because the focus is on attainment for all of our students.
Now, the Hancock Relief Plan. This is in the top far northeast corner of the district. Here are the proposed due boundaries to offer the relief. 8 schools are involved. And in 3 different parts of this proposal, there are also feeder pattern alignment proposals. The Hancock to Matsky, Matsky to Millsap, Blau to Campbell, Blau to Arnold. So just keep those in mind when you're looking at this map, those other little pockets, in addition to one high school, Cy Creek to Cy Fair alignment as well. So it's kind of, you could start here, and then we'll trickle to middle and then to high. And here are the list of the res codes that would move associated with this proposal. Here are the projected totals with this proposal. There's a wide variety of capacities with this list. Again, since some of these schools are some of the oldest schools in the district, the proposed numbers look really good for these schools with the lower capacities. Okay, there were 118 submissions. 28 agreed with the proposal and 90 did not. The comments again, schools should be in the center of their attendance boundary. Pretty sure that was probably the first person all the way through. Parents just don't want their schools to be changed, which again, as Teresa said, that's a good thing. They love the school that they attend. Concerns about drive times from Francone to Wilburn being greater than 3 minutes, which I think 3 minutes is a pretty good drive time. Too many kids per teacher. There's staffing concerns at Adam. Hancock to Matsky requesting a new school instead of shifting students around. Regarding Matsky to Millsap, we received several pieces of input in regards to the number of apartment complexes in the Millsap zone. And something we talk to PASA about all the time. I can assure you, they talk about they have boots on the ground for the entire district, and they are very aware of these developments way before we are. And their projections also include these apartment complexes. Okay. Millsap to Adam, this is the rectangular island in of Millsap that's in the Adam attendance zone. I can go back to the map and show you. It's that, pretty sky blue in the middle of the aqua. It is, it's primarily White Oak Landing and Oak Cliff. They love Millsap. Millsap is their family, which is a great thing again. But I think you promised you'll probably love Adam too, and it just geographically makes sense. Yeager to Francone. Parents went to Yeager. They want their kids to go to Yeager. But the sheer proximity to Francone compared to Yeager versus on the other side of 290, you can see the pink into the other bluish color. So those specific comments, valid comments, but that's pretty much the summary of the Hancock relief feedback that we received. So at that, are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback related to the plan to relieve Hancock?
I think you meant the other side of 249.
Did I say 290? I meant 249, I'm sorry. Yeah, 249. Nope, okay. Okay, as I just mentioned, with those elementary proposed changes, we have 2 middle school feeder pattern alignment changes or proposals. Blisle to Arnold and Blisle to Campbell. This is a result of the Matsky to Millsap and the Yeager to Francone. Okay. These are the list of res codes that would move associated with this proposal. And here are the projected totals with this proposal as well. Okay, feeder pattern alignment for these 3 middle schools. There were 35 pieces of feedback, 9 agreeing with it. Blisle to Campbell, mostly the 7th graders wanting to stay just because they want to stay, but they won't have transportation. So that's something that would have to be figured out. Blisle to Arnold, there's concerns about Arnold overcrowding. Arnold right now is not at capacity, and they were also under their projection as far as that feedback entry. We prioritized these groups of students so they would not be the only students in the middle school coming from a different elementary school. And that's, again, the majority of the feedback that we received regarding that feeder pattern alignment for those 3 schools. Are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal or feedback related to aligning the feeder patterns of Arnold and Campbell? Again, with the same group that we moved from Matsky to Millsap and Blisle to Arnold. Be the only area that would be attending Cypress Creek. So we propose to move them from Cypress Creek to Cy-Fair High School. And here's a list of the res codes that would move associated with this proposal. I want to remind you, this is freshmen only. There are 8th graders currently right now in those res codes. Okay, it shows very small total, 31 students right now. But over a 4-year period, it's 113 students. I did put those implementation numbers at the very, very back of the packet. You don't have to jump to them now, but it has all the changes, option 1, and then something else I'm going to be sharing in just a minute.
Question?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at that, it looks like we're going into one. It doesn't quite make sense to me. One little space there on Jones Road that kind of interrupts Side Creek. What?
Those are
those apartments?
There are 3 apartment complexes, which are the Central Park Regency Apartments, Brandon Oak Apartments, and Sterling Court Apartments. Okay. It really had to do with starting with the elementary level when we moved those, and then when we moved those, they ended up being the only part that were still at Belial and not going to Arnold.
Okay.
So we fixed that.
Okay.
And then as a result of that, they would be the only ones going to, right, to
Okay.
Cy Creek and not to Fair.
Gotcha.
So this was the one that kind of had a triple.
Okay, okay, makes sense now.
And Stahl started with relieving the Hancock and dominoing
And so the goal is just to maintain feeder alignment all the way up?
as best we can, yes.
Right.
When we can.
Yep. Appreciated.
Oh, these are the numbers
Yep.
as a result of those changes. Both of those schools, Cy Fair, Cy Creek, and Jersey Village, do have the highest capacities of the district. Right, right. In the capacity of Fair, I'm going to talk about that for a little bit because we think it's a little maybe high. It's the size of the hallway is the smallest cafeteria in the district. And I think, yeah, we're going to talk to facilities and things. I think a lot of additions and renovations have occurred, and we need to maybe probably have a process to look at our capacities across the district. And, yeah, 3,600 kids, I've been to school with that. It's just not ideal. Yeah. Okay. Okay, as far as, again, most of our feedback did come from high schools. So with the feeder pattern alignment, there were 66 pieces feedback, 45 disagreed, 21 agreed. The majority of the comments were elementary parents. Comments regarding a high school change. Reminder that all students are already that are attending Cy Creek get to stay. I think that was one of those clarifications that if you didn't hear the presentation, they may not have been clear. Concerns about Cy Creek being overcrowded. We are moving kids from Cy Creek to Cy Fair, so that will help Cy Creek a little bit. It's 113 kids, like I said, over a 4-year period. And currently, Cy Creek is 74 kids below their projected number, so it's a little deceiving going across.
To look at feeder patterns, just as we've heard from a parent tonight, but also we've heard from other parents that the desire to keep kids together as much as we can. And again, you can tell me if this is not the place for it, if we should talk about it another place, but just thinking about Cy Ranch having 4 middle schools that feed into it. We participated in a meeting with well, first let me ask you, is now the time to ask this question about, or should you may wait till we talk about high school relief?
Either one. You can ask me now, I can tell you if it's appropriate. I can still try to answer.
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
know what the question is.
Okay, yeah, good point. I know what I'm going to say, but at a recent meeting with students that are members of the superintendent's Leadership Advisory Council, a student from Cy Ranch shared his experience as a student that was originally at Cy Falls High School, was rezoned to Cy Ranch, and he had a concern about the number of feeders, about the number of middle schools that feed into Cy Ranch. He adapted when he switched, but he said that he had some concerns about that, and I appreciate that he shared his unique and valuable insight as a student. So I just want to make sure that when we're looking at making modifications to the proposal, that we look at how we can address the number of middle schools that feed into Cy Ranch High School.
Absolutely. We have so far at the high school, middle school level of this proposal, and only middle school on the other elementary changes. There's something I'm going to share tonight that, again, is a different option for a high school, that it would have also affect the feeder patterns, and we'd have to look at that as well. But I wanted to introduce at least that option to see if we need to look at the feeder pattern alignment after presenting that option.
Okay.
So that could be a add or modification that y'all could say, please look at it, or.
Okay.
We did look at it and we can share, but it works well in the high school level, but sometimes feeder patterns, when they're so overlapping, it is difficult.
I understand. Thank you.
Alt elementary school relief. This is really a proactive proposal, preparing for Dunham Point, which is developing and growing at a very fast rate. This is, again, moving a minimal amount of students to just start this, because it's going to have to happen some more. Here's a list of the res codes that would be moved associated with this proposal. Here are the projected totals with this option. You see, Alt is a smaller campus. It's not considerably smaller, but it is smaller, and it is going to be the fastest growing compared to the other three in Fairfield and around Fairfield. There were 100, this was the most elementary, besides the Rennell Postma opening of 59 that we received. 143 entries, 28 loved the proposal. Swinky is the most northwest elementary school that we have. We're limited on who goes there. Okay, you can't, people say, I want from Hancock, I want to go to Swinky. We can't do that. There's also some confusion. We are not making middle school and high school changes to these res codes. 72 and 700, which is Hidden Arbor and Riverton Ranch. These changes are only to relieve Alt to prepare for Dunham Point. There are no middle and high school changes associated with these two res codes. This is, again, a proactive, modest approach to relieve. And again, we'll have to do some more in the future. But right now, these students go to Keith, Goodson, and Woods. We're proposing that they go to A-Rob, Goodson, and Woods. It is just an elementary change, okay?
Just as a comment, just information for trustees, just a reminder, we have, I think, Roy, 160 acres in Dunham Point that we've already purchased, but to build any facilities there will require another bond program. So we have the land, we're prepared for the growth, but it will require, before we can build, we have space for elementary, middle, high school, and then some type of ancillary facility. So we do have the land.
Dr. Henry, it's 145 acres that we purchased.
Okay, 145.
Christy, could you restate I heard 143 entries, and then what was the information after that?
So 28 loved the proposal.
Okay.
So are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback on offering proactive relief for Alt?
I don't think so. Go ahead.
Here's another proactive Walker relief plan. They are coming fast. They are coming. Here's the only res code that I would move with this proposal. It's over 300 students, but it is the only one that we're recommending due to the numbers that are coming into Walker's attendance zone. Walker will need relief again in 3 years. The feedback that we received, this is like Bain and Holbrook, there is just one option, maybe this one res code, so they either liked it or didn't like it. There are 36 entries, 12 agreed with the proposal. Walker's attendance boundary is nothing but growth. You've got Grand Mason, you've got Marvita, which is one of the fastest growing in areas of both of those. So it is, we feel we kind of discussed this at the end of last year when we made another change, but we didn't do anything because people live there. We were waiting to do an overall elementary evaluation, and this was one of the ones we talked about then. So are there any questions? Modifications? Okay. So most of our feedback regarding elementary boundary modifications focused on these two proposals: relieving Rennell, phase 1 in 23-24, and opening 59 in 24-25. So again, this is why we must have a plan. I mean, Rennell is growing, and that whole area is growing. To give Rennell some relief, we moved Res Code 91, which includes the Cantera Apartments and Lakeshore, which is part of Town Lake. All of that's in the Town Lake area, to Postma. It's approximately 135 students, to provide a little bit of relief right now, because we know that in our minds, additional relief will come when we open 59. So just a little bit or enough right now. So to do that, and in doing that, move them to Postma. Postma is also over capacity. So we move Res Code 177, which is Westlake Park Apartments, and Res Code 706, Canyon Lakes at Stonegate, to the adjacent Copeland Elementary School, which is way under capacity, and it's approximately 179 students. So we moved 135 into Postma. Postma was already over capacity, so we moved 179 students out to Copeland, underutilized adjacent campus, just for phase one for 23-24. So this relieves Postma and Rennell while better utilizing Copeland. And these are the only recommended changes that we made for the 23-24 school year. Okay. And here's a list of the res codes that would be moved associated with this proposal. The Cantera Apartments have approximately 115 students in them, and then the Town Lake section has approximately 20, and this is for the 23-24 school year. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Here's the projected totals with this option. Rennell stays steady, and Copeland is better utilized. This is not including any of the proposed changes. This is just if we did 23-24 school year implementation and then didn't do anything else, not including opening 59. Just pretending 59 is not there.
Excuse me. Will the children that are being moved for that 1 year be affected again the following year?
No, no. No. The Postma to Copeland would stay at Copeland. The 91 from Town Lake, the apartments in Lakeshore, would stay in Postma as well. Okay. So 397 entries. 361 disagree, with many duplicate entries. Some of the comments that were made in the disagreeing were really had to do with the opening of 59 and splitting Town Lake, the south part of Tuckerton. So that's really not until the next year that we propose that change. But again, it's kind of, if this passes for 23-24, then it would be the 24-25 is what they're referring to. So again, it's in general, there's a lot of comments regarding the southern part of Town Lake, just keeping Town Lake together. Many Postma parents not wanting their students to go to Copeland. They love Postma, which is a good thing. It's more about better utilizing Copeland. The enrollment in Copeland is declining, and Postma will be relieving Rennell. Postma's already over capacity by more than 100 students. We must shift students out of Postma if we are going to relieve Rennell. Not only relieving Rennell and Postma, but at the same time better utilizing Copeland. Many entries asking to move only the apartment complex in Town Lake and not the Lakeshore section of Town Lake, just plucking the apartment complex out and putting it in Postma and leaving the Town Lake section of Lakeshore of approximately 20 students with that Town Lake section. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment, but that's the feedback that we received from relieving the Rennell. And this is, again, this is just the 23-24 school year, moving Res Code 91 to Rennell, up to Postma, and then moving those two sections of Postma to Copeland. Are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback related to relieving Rennell? The postman. Okay. Here's the original proposal to open up Elementary 59. It is the rest, or the southern part of Town Lake, south of Tuckerton, moving that 274A to Postma. Mira Mesa would then leave Postma and go to the new school 59. And part of Andre would go to Postma to make up for losing all of Mira Mesa. Then to offer some Wells relief, the Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek would move to Wells, from Wells to 59. So that is our original 59 option. And here's a list of the res codes that would move associated with this proposal. And then here are the projected totals with this option. Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek will grow fast. Wells will need additional relief soon, even with moving those two sections, Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek, to 59, even if this proposal is approved. Okay, there were 221 entries regarding the opening of Elementary 59. And it's all about keeping Town Lake together. The southern part, meaning Res Code 274A. It's proposed to go to Postma, and once 59 opens in 24-25, it would be then going to Postma in this option. I'm going to talk about something in a minute, but again, that's what that proposal is. There are 64 entries regarding Wells students going to Elementary 59 and 24-25. And if you recall, when we opened Elementary 57, we shared that we were not going to touch these neighborhoods because of the likely possibility of moving them to 59 when it opened. These are the neighborhoods south of Bridgeland. You've heard from many of them tonight. Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek. Both of these neighborhoods are growing fast. Wells needs relief. If you looked at the projected enrollment of both of these schools in 5 years, they will both need additional relief very soon, both Wells and 59. Are there any questions or recommendations?
I have lots of questions and recommendations regarding Rennell, but I hear you talking about something else, so do I need to hold that until you're going to show us something new?
You can. I can, yes.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay.
I have a question, though, quickly. You went over it quickly in the past. We had some people talk to this. Of the 139 people that are in Stonegate, proposed move from Postma to Copeland, if we were to keep them where they're at, what would that projections look like? Just to carve off that one group to keep them where they're at now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's the previous one.
Canyon Lakes.
Yeah, it's on page 64.
Right, I know. Yeah. Let's see.
And if you don't have the answer, we can.
697B, is that what you're talking about? Which one? 706, oh, 706. We could get that information for you.
Just
The
if you
option
could
that
check
I'm gonna
those
talk about
numbers and,
doesn't
yeah, if you can
include
check those
that.
numbers and see what the impact would be, because that's some of the comments we've received.
706 is not, yeah. Yeah, we could look at those numbers.
Just let us know, because I'm looking.
706 back
Yeah.
to Postman.
Keep them where they're at, keep them where their current school, because it says Canyon Lakes to Stonegate, Postma to Copeland. If we keep them at Postma, and I'm looking here at this projected 5-year thing, they're going to be lower anyway. Maybe, could we do that? Is it a
We
possibility?
can look at that option.
Okay. That would make some people happy, I think, in the long run. Just a question.
Do you want me to go ahead and share?
Yeah,
Julie, you have
if
a
there's
question?
relevant new things, sure, if there's a new proposal that we haven't seen yet.
Right, okay, I'm going to show you that, yes. Do you want to ask a question first?
I just wanted to just make just put this out there. I know that we are working this is unique in that we are looking at creating attendance zones for a school that's still a year away. And that's something, I appreciate the proactive perspective because it gives people a heads up. It shows that we are trying to be very proactive. I understand the immediate need immediately to offer relief to Rennell. And then obviously, we're going to have to offer relief to Wells as soon as we can with opening of 59. But maybe just something to think about that we, when we're making our decisions in January, that we just do phase 1 instead of doing phase 1 and phase 2 and making that decision now. That gives us another year to look at development, to have another report from PASA, to just not make that decision.
Yeah, that's totally makes sense. There's a lot of development, the park side, that we've received a lot of feedback for, and the unknown, we do have those projected numbers. And, you know, there was options of looking at that at Woodard. And so I think it wouldn't hurt to wait and see. But definitely the 23-24 option is something that we would have to make a decision on. And then the 24-25 could be tabled, but that's a good idea.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, so the current Town Lake students, those 20 students.
Lakeshore.
Right. You know, in my mind, one of the asks that we can is, where possible, keep a community together. And so those students also play with all the other kids inside Town Lake. If there's a way that we can keep those kids at Rennell, we're not adjusting the numbers. I mean, it's, you know, so what are the projections? I know that there's 20 kids that we're projecting right now. What does that turn into in a few years?
I'd have to look at that res code to see, but it's pretty much 20 steady.
Okay.
It's one of the original, and so my honest opinion is, you know, just grabbing an apartment complex out of something versus an area divided. But that's why we don't do that. But.
Right.
Well, but okay, so I get it, but if the kids grew up in Town Lake playing with the other, because there's a difference between the apartments and the kids that are in Town Lake. So we have Lakeshore right next to the apartments, but the kids inside Lakeshore have been playing with kids inside Town Lake, going to all the same parties, same amenities, et cetera, whereas the kids in the apartments have not. So I'm trying to keep the kids at Lakeshore together with the other Town Lake kids.
May I make a comment to that?
Sure.
That is actually my neighborhood, and I would say that my observation in living in my neighborhood is that there is a high rate of mobility in that section of Lakeshore. That the students, the demographics of the students in that neighborhood are very similar to the kiddos who reside in the apartments that are right there. And I think that it does not make sense to look at an apartment complex differently than other parts of our community.
So just to chime in, I want to clarify a point, and I don't think you intended to say this, but I'm not speaking regarding demographics. What I was speaking was, what access to amenities do those kids inside Town Lake have? And it's typically been, in my experience, they are going to the same parties, access to the same pools, access to the same play centers,
Well, they all go to the same school, though.
Right.
access to the same.
School.
Granted, but it's all the extracurriculars. So, for 20 kids.
I think if we can let Mr. Ron go through some numbers from feedback that we received, other areas that we were asked to consider possibly modifying the attendance boundary to move, I think, Parkside to Woodard. I think you have some of those numbers, am I correct?
We have, not that exact plan yet. We had a different plan regarding keeping Town Lake together.
Correct.
And then,
Okay, I apologize.
Since we just got the numbers literally yesterday morning from PASA breaking out, they did this for us in an hour, breaking out the Parkside of what that would look like in the next, I think, 5 to 7 years, with potentially going to Woodard. We have some preliminary numbers, but it's not something I want to put out there now.
Okay.
And that's a possibility because Woodard was declining, but that was, again, not an area that has a soul in there yet, not a house, not anything, just streets. So I'm going to use this map to discuss some of the three options. And I never saw a community map, but I saw a couple of options that were discussed for for Town Lake. And so I have separate maps, but I don't think it was just the one that was maybe mentioned tonight. The very first option that was shared, and I want you to look at the map on the left side. The map on the left side is our map if 23-24 relief happens the way we presented it. So 91 going to Postma and the 2 res codes going to Copeland. So if that was approved, okay? And then the one on the right is what our proposal is for 59. But I want you to look at the map on the left side. The original option 1 that was shared with us is Andre would be res code 736 and 822 only. And that would make Andre 383 and Postma 1822. And by the way, Rennell would never change. You have those numbers because that's what we proposed. This is only an Andre Postma thing. Option 2, it added res code 105, which is a little bitty corner kind of below the words Postma Elementary. And that added a few more students to Andre of being 441 and Postma being 1798. Again, not realistic for Andre numbers. And this is for the 23-24 school year. And then option 3 was an additional res code of 616 where Andre was 1101 and 1187. And again, these are our numbers based on PASA's projections by those res codes. It didn't seem like a viable solution, but we did spend a lot of time looking at these options based on the maps that we gave. We have an option with numbers I can show you, but we don't have a map. So I can do this if we all look up here. So our option is, I think will please everybody, but maybe the 20 Lakeshore, is if we leave 274A with Rennell when we open 59, okay? Mira Mesa's rezoned to 59, okay? Then if 274 stays, then it makes sense to also move all of 697 to Postma, because Mira Mesa is a lot of chunky kids, and if we don't move 274A down, we could pull all of 697A and B and put them in Postma. Okay, so that is our option without a map, and I see y'all nodding, so I think you understand what I'm saying, because you've probably been reading all about this. So, pending a board approval in the 23-24, Rennell relief package, again, would include as is, not touched again after 23-24. So once we do the 23-24, Rennell will not be touched. If we needed to touch Parkside later, okay, to offer them more relief. But then Andre would look like, minus the Mira Mesa, adding all of 697 A and B as a result of not getting the southern part of Town Lake.
Christy, Postma would look like that.
Oh, I said when I said Postma would get that. Yeah. So the numbers are, and the survey says, so this, we're calling this a 12-8-22, which is today,
Yeah.
okay? Option. These are the numbers. They look pretty balanced. Again,
Yep.
Rennell, if you look up top, doesn't change because we're not touching it again.
Yep.
This is if the 23-24 goes through. And then what they would look, again, Wells and 59 would definitely need some relief.
Yep.
But that does not address
The 20 kids, right.
20 kids in the apartment. That's just.
Nor does it
I
just
think
the
our
706.
concern, and we do hear what you're saying about carving out a little sliver of a community. We do, but the challenge with where the apartment complex is located, those students would actually have to travel through that section to get to Postma.
Yeah, I get that.
And so it just, it would be this
Yeah.
little section up here. So that's just something for the board to consider. I just want to point that out and why we have kept that whole section together. Although it's a small number of students that are considered residents of Town Lake, the apartment complex within the Town Lake development sits above where that residential area is. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
And back to what Julie Heidemann said, that just looking at the 23-24 relief package to provide relief to Rennell to Postma and then moving some Postma to Copeland
Yeah.
is minimal changes for the 23-24 school year. And if we needed to wait and look how we open 59 by seeing what develops, what grows, interest rates, who named another pandemic?
There's going to be so much that changes. It makes sense to make as minimal change right now as possible.
I know there were some questions regarding the maps that we had and showed. Those were PASA's maps that were showed in the spring. And, what's happened between now and then, that's just the graphics that they shared with us, the number of homes.
Yep.
So,
Ms. Duran, does this address, can you go back to the map? Does this address the section of, that would be in Andre with the Stonegate, Canyon Lakes at Stonegate, the north and south, or does this plan?
the 697
Okay, I get, we've talked about so many different options.
there's
And this,
Stonegate everywhere.
that is a group that I think someone spoke about, was separated.
Yep.
But would now put them back together. So it fixes that, this plan does. It keeps all, the majority of Town Lake together.
I think Ms. Brodsky mentioned that she talked to everybody in those and they would all love to go back to Postma. That's what didn't she say that? Yeah. So that plan does that.
Understood. And
It for 59.
Ms. Heineman, given that you're the proximity to that area and you know those kids better than I do, I'll defer to your judgment there.
Could you maybe on the next, maybe in the meantime for the next meeting, send us what res codes would be changed like you did on the other ones?
Oh, sure, yes.
If you can get that to us
this
since
was
we don't
just
have
like
it.
yesterday.
I know you just did the yesterday. In your spare time at night, maybe,
Yeah.
but thank you.
And if, we'll try to have it to you before Monday night's meeting, but then for sure try to have something that we can share with the public Monday evening. If this is something you're wanting us to.
Yeah, just for context, for people who've lived that community for 10 years, and, yeah. And
We
I think
talked
we've said
about
plenty
keeping
about it.
Bridgeland together. We're talking about keeping Town Lake together, so
Yeah.
just something to look at. Okay. All right. High school enrollment relief. Again, the majority of our feedback had to do with high school. Half of our students are in middle and high school. So even in 6th and 7th grade, they see the impact of the future in a couple of years. And so that is why. Salt Lakes is a little over projected, so they're in red. But again, they will be something that we'll need to look at in the future. But right now, we currently are focusing on Bridgeland and Cy Ranch. They must have relief. Also, when you look at these, I had a request to show all of the schools. So all of the schools are represented here, and that is current enrollment projections with the snapshot dates with the next 5-year projections. So you can see, look at Bridgeland, look at Ranch. Also notice the capacities of Creek, Fair, and Jersey Village compared to the others. Okay, so that is current. The original plan for our proposal of relieving Bridgeland and Ranch, as you well know, you had the section in the north part of Bridgeland going to Cy Woods, the south part of Bridgeland, the southern part of the area in the Bridgeland attendance zone that included Avalon and Bridge Creek going to Cypress Springs. You had the 3 res codes of Cypress Ranch going to Langham, and then you had 2 res codes of Langham going to Cypress Falls. This was for the utilization and better utilization and relief. Those were the changes. These were the res codes that were involved. These are freshmen only. These are 8th graders now. If they attend these schools now, they can still attend with transportation for 3 years. Okay? So the reason why we say 3 years is when they move up to the 8th grade, they'll have a different transportation. And so those will be seniors by then, and so they won't need it anymore. Okay?
Christie?
Yes.
Looking at those numbers, I have, with some schools at capacity and beyond capacity, then we have 3 schools that are under capacity, and Cy Falls, Langham Creek, and Cy Springs. And that kind of concerns me too, because just as Mr. Scanlon pointed out a while ago, they don't have the opportunities that the other schools have because they don't have enough students. Their bands are smaller, their football teams are smaller. I understand, like, for students that at Bridgeland High School that have played, say, club volleyball, baseball, things like this, that they couldn't even make the team because too many, right? And then we have these 3 schools who would love to have, I'm sure, to have more students, and we need to utilize those that are underutilized.
I'm gonna talk about our original plan.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna, we kind of talked about another option, and then I also have some feedback from school leadership that we're gonna share with you as well tonight. Regarding those 2 exact situations.
Christy, if I could just add to, or just add on to that, though, it's not just athletics, but also academics, that when schools are underutilized, we can't offer those advanced, like AP Spanish or dual credit, whatever, like, because we don't have enough students to fill those classes, and we can't hire the teachers. We don't have the allocations. So I think it's academic as well as athletics and fine arts.
It's across the board.
And then when you have 3,700, it's still difficult as well, right? So, again, here was our original proposal. These were the res codes involved, and then these were the numbers as a result. I didn't put all 10 up there. If you want to see the ones that we're not touching, what they will be, they'll go on the previous slide. But these are but I went ahead and include the Cy Creek, Cy Fair, because that we are touching them in another area. But I went ahead and included all the schools that we're touching. So it does help, but you do see, again, Langham Creek, Cy Falls numbers, maybe that's not enough help, and we kind of looked at that. As far as the high school relief feedback, almost all of our feedback had to do with high school students, 1,704 entries. That's true and only true high school entries. Some could have been different levels, but for the most part, there was single 1,704 entries. 848 out of 1,704 entries were regarding students that were already attending a high school. So I think, like I said, with some clarification, knowing that they get to stay, so more than half almost could be eliminated. For example, I'm a 9th grader and I don't want to change to a different school for 10th grade. Well, you don't have to, okay? Bridgeland to Woods, there were 432 comments. 236 of those already attend Bridgeland, so they're good also. 196 recorded responses. Most of them just don't want to move. Some surprising comments really would love Fairfield to go back to Woods also, but that was not in our original plan. The sections that we have proposed to move from Bridgeland to Woods, although there are not a lot of students that would move in the first year, like 130 kids, but over a 4-year period, it's projected to be approximately 454 students, and you can see that in that implementation chart in the back on option 1. Bridgeland to Springs, there were 265 comments. 88 already attending a high school and they don't want to have to change, so again, that's a clarification. There are Avalon, Cypress, and Bridge Creek residents we've heard from tonight. Currently, there are no high school students from Avalon at Cypress. We had one student enroll this week, and it was a middle school student, but currently there are none expected to close, I think, 30 homes by the end of December is what we were told. There are approximately 14 projected ninth graders in Bridge Creek that will be affected by this move, but over a 4-year period, those two sections are 343 students. That's how fast it's going to grow. And would still be providing much relief to Bridgeland, and you see those numbers, it needs relief. Over 40% of the high school comments were regarding to Ranch to Langham. People in the Stonegate community were moved in 2017 from Falls to Ranch when Bridgeland opened. We had to move people west, and Ranch needed students, so we used those communities to help repopulate Ranch. Well, now we need to move students back east. It's going to be a trend for the next few years, Bridgeland and Ranch and going back east. Those two high schools are overcrowded and they need relief. Langham to Falls, there were 114 entries where you have students that want to stay at Langham and not go to Falls. Then you have Cypress Falls, many comments asking for more students, and it's kind of something I want to talk about in a little bit. But before I talk about it, are there any questions or modifications regarding the proposal and feedback to the original high school relief?
I do have a question, and this is really for Teresa. You were over at Langham as DI at the time. Didn't we have Stonegate zoned to Langham when you were there? I know that we had Stonegate band students at Langham because the president of the booster board at that time lived in Stonegate.
Those three were at Falls.
I don't recall them at Langham Creek, but.
Yeah, I don't either. There was a dividing line in Copperfield that was the Falls Langham. I mean, I was at Langham for almost 14 years, so the line changed.
So that may have been an open transfer then.
Maybe. So,
Okay. Julie?
And if it was long before that.
Well, time period, this would have been 90,
Miss Denton is back
2000
there.
to 2003.
Ms. Denton is in the audience, and she was at Falls at the time, so, and she's nodding they were at Falls, zoned to Falls. Okay.
Okay.
I know there's the certain parts have also been Fair before too, so Fairs, Falls, and Woods. Yeah. Yeah.
Christy, I'm not sure, maybe this is what you're about to show us, but has there been some consideration to taking those kids that were originally at Falls and sent to Ranch and sending them back to Falls?
There is.
Okay.
There is. Falls to Ranch, you said? Or Langham.
Sorry.
It was
They were
Langham
sending
to
kids
Falls?
from Ranch to Falls and looking at those.
Not that exact option, but another option like that.
Okay.
Like that option, yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
That also ties to my question about Smith, the Smith feeder pattern to Ranch, making that more of a pure feeder.
The Bridge Creek to Springs, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
That having them go to Smith and then, but I know that might mess up your middle school 20 numbers, but have Bridge Creek and Avalon go to Smith and then go to Ranch.
Right, and so you're reading my mind here, or our minds. When we looked at and looked at the feedback from Bridge Creek going to Cypress Springs, they were right now they're going to Wells, Smith, and Bridgeland. Okay, when 59 opened, that would be 59 Smith and then Springs. And even Springs next year. So we looked at that, we looked at feeder patterns, and we said, okay, if we take Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek, and we put them in Cy Ranch, because then they would go 59 Smith Ranch. Ranch would need more relief. So then we look at another section, I'm gonna talk about another section going from Ranch to Falls. And pulling the two little areas in our map back from the Langham to Falls taking that out because we have a bigger impact with Ranch. So with the Bridge Creek, I'll show you a map. I do have a map for this one. Bridge Creek to, yeah, I know, but yes, I'll pull it up right now. So we call this 12-8. Should just call it Julie. She read our minds. So if you look, there's no change in the north part of Bridgeland. That is still recommended to go to Cypress Woods. Then the two sections in the south, which is Avalon at Cypress and Bridge Creek, going to Cypress Ranch instead of Cypress Springs for the feeder pattern. Still the Cypress Ranch, 3 sections going to Langham because they need relief badly, and Langham better utilization as Ms. Blackshear was talking. And then 2 sections of Stonegate going to Falls, which I think 2 or 3 times ago they did go there. So they couldn't, Ranch is losing those 5 sections and Falls is gaining those 2 large sections. And it wouldn't be necessary really to move those other sections from Langham to Falls. And so the list of the res codes are on the right-hand side with the numbers. And again, freshmen only, current 8th graders. And so when you move those students, these are the projections, and they look really good for Langham. They look really good for Falls. They look really good for Ranch. They do. And so it was as a result of the feedback from Bridgeland and also Falls wanting more students, and really it was a minimal change from Langham to Falls. It was 200 kids, but it was still, we were looking to do more. There is a feeder pattern thing that we need to look into, and we can share with that on Monday.
May I make a comment about this?
Yes.
I appreciate you listening to the feedback from the community and also looking for more opportunities to better utilize Cy Falls. I also just want to make a comment regarding Cy Springs. Cy Springs is an exceptional high school. That's actually where we house our district's advanced robotics program. Some of our best students in our robotics attend Cy Springs, and they go from other high schools to Cy Springs to attend that program. So I want to make sure that we honor and respect Cy Springs in that way. Also, a benefit of leaving some capacity at Cy Springs is there's incredible growth that's about to take place that will impact Cy Park. And I think we may need to move some folks from that area in the future.
We
to
did
Cy
look at
Springs.
some options before we decided or looked at the Avalon Cypress and Bridge Creek to Cypress Springs. We looked at, because those 2 areas are really going to be big.
Right.
Before we looked at those, we looked at some Cypress Lakes. I think we could look at that again.
Cy Lakes,
maybe
yeah.
not this year in this proposal.
Right.
Future years.
But next year, every year we look at it. So Cypress Lakes, they were in Cy Springs to begin with, so it'd be also something that we could look at moving some of those areas back. And if we need park relief, then we could do that, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, Christy, I have a thing here with going back to your comment about Cy Woods not having all of Fairfield. I saw you gave them some more, though, Cy Woods, some more of Fairfield.
None of Fairfield.
What is that
It's
part?
the areas on the edge of Fairfield, and then the areas north of Shield.
Yeah.
Well,
Shield,
that,
Bushki.
yeah, that part's still
Saddle
going,
Ridge,
is that part still going to Bridgeland?
No, those are what we're proposing to go to Cypress Woods.
Oh, thank God, okay. So everything north of 290 would be going to Cy Woods?
No. No. Let me put the map up there.
Yeah.
No. It works, if you're looking at it.
Yeah, that last page you had, I guess.
Well, that's the new one, I thought, no?
But he's just talking about Woods.
Okay, that's true. Maybe battery, I don't know.
I thought you had it on page 80.
Just kick it. Or hit it on the side.
Up.
Oh, that, okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Bingo.
There we go. Okay.
Right.
So The black line in the green area up top,
You have it.
not vertical really, but you know, you get the idea. That is the line by Bushki and 290, and kind of cuts out Bucky's, I think.
Right.
And then it goes through those sections to the right of Fairfield, but they're not Fairfield sections. And then it goes up to Shield Road. I know there's 2 Shield Roads, but it's just the Shield Road off of Mushkey.
Yeah.
And it is on the far left, that is Saddle Ridge. Then you have Bridal Oaks, and I call it the States of Dry Creek. Is that right? The States of Dry Creek? Falls of Dry Creek.
So, but it's all that,
All that is
Green.
proposed to go to Cypress Woods.
oh, is it?
Yes.
But not all the way out to Shield Road.
There's 2 shields. So the north of Shield, the 3 sections west of Mishki. You see the blue line up there between Bridgeland and Cy Woods?
Yeah, I got it right here.
That is Mishki.
I got it.
So, yes.
So I'm just asking, why isn't all of north of 290 going to Cy Woods?
Well, that's all of
They can't handle it?
Fairfield and
No.
all of, yeah. I mean, many moons ago they could have, but they can't now.
They can't now?
They
Okay.
used to, but that's.
Fairfield was Fair, Woods, Ranch, Bridgeland.
Right. So they just can't handle that capacity if they were to get that part?
No.
Okay, all right. So another question here before we leave, so just keep in mind, so our community people here holding the Bridge Creek up, we're gonna go back to them, correct? You're gonna come back to the scenario here and explain a little bit more what's going on with them, will you please, at the end
The end
of your meeting? Right, because
today?
we already talked about Stonegate, we already talked about Town Lake, but I want to make sure I understand exactly what
Okay,
they're
what
asking
we're,
for.
our.
And we don't have to go to it right now, but
We just did, yeah.
is that what Bridge Creek was that? Is that what it was? Oh, thank God, okay. All right, so I just didn't hear the word Bridge Creek around, I was like,
There
oh,
were a
please.
couple of comments regarding Bridge Creek in 59, but the
Yeah.
majority of them were, I think,
Tied
related
to
to
high
going to
school.
Cypress Springs and the feeder, is what we were discussing, reading Julie's mind. So this, yeah, is our 12, we're calling this 12-8, so we've really proposed 2 options, different options based on feedback. One for elementary 59 and 24-25, with possibly just tabling that because we don't have to have that right now. We're calling that 12-8. And then this high school option would be a 23-24 implementation, adding another grade every year, and you have those numbers for that option. It's the second page in the back, and what that would do and what that would mean. It's a lot of kids adding to Falls compared to the other one.
So I have a question for you.
402 students.
I really like the numbers being added to both Langham and Falls, and that's beside the fact I still have about 5 or 6 green shirts and about five or 6 red shirts. It is important to have appropriate numbers. Are there negatives to this? Am I just looking at a glass being 2/3 full and I'm missing something?
Well, the negative is going to be all the people that don't want to leave Ranch. But the positive is better utilizing, and like we talked about, the programs, the master schedule, which some other people are going to talk about that in just a minute. But the challenges people face with schools that have more students in their capacity, and also the challenges that schools have when they don't have enough students to have the Spanish 5 and other things.
And this should permit us to reduce the number of occupied portables too, right?
You would think so, yes.
You know-
Nobody likes to give up portables.
You know, Lucas, we were talking about safety, and I know Gilbert and I took a look at it when we were at Bridgeland. All the more reason why we need to balance so we can reduce the necessity of having portables.
Yep.
You know, just changes the whole conversation from what it would have been, say,
Dr.
10 years ago.
Yeah, Dr. Inter mentioned not wanting or not needing to bond when we have the space. We have the space. It's just a matter of shifting kids to the space that we have. So I put this last because if we don't move those two sections from Langham to Cy Falls, we would not need to make this recommendation to align the feeder pattern to make Aragon a pure feeder to Langham and Lybi a pure feeder to Falls. But it's still in here. It was part of our first proposal. So depending which way we go on option 1 or option 12-8 would determine whether we use this proposal as well. Again, those are the neighborhoods involved. And freshmen only, I'm sorry, that's all of middle school, nothing, never mind, don't look at that, okay. And then, these were the numbers, and
Yep.
if we don't do it, I'm just still showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sports. Yep.
And the feedback that they received also was very minimal. I think 9 students of the total were regarding Aragon and Lybi. So summarizing, I think you know the priorities that you needed, that we've discussed tonight. I think at this time, I would like to invite members of the school leadership team to share some insight regarding the relief of all levels or underutilization of campuses.
You can go right here, Sarah.
I think there's sharing.
I do have one more question regarding the boundary transfer rules. Should I save that question for later? I have a question about the boundary transfer rules.
Well, those are the next 3 slides.
Oh, sorry. So after this?
So,
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
You're good. You must be reading ahead.
We've got ESPN over here.
We thank you for giving us this opportunity. Christina and I are just going to honestly reiterate most of the points that you've brought up already. As practitioners, I was in buildings as a principal for 20 years, and I went from buildings that had 900 students as they opened up to a building with 4,100 and everywhere in between. So many of the comments that you have made, I have lived and my colleagues out here have lived too. So we just wanted to reinforce a few of those. There are huge disadvantages to being underutilized in a building. When you don't have enough students, many programs can suffer. You run the risk of not being able to offer courses, and you've all alluded to that already. You see it play out particularly with your dual credit courses, your advanced placement courses, those language courses, those higher level courses. And what unfortunately happens is the word gets out into the community, I don't want to go to that school. They don't offer the courses I want my child to have. It's not a matter of not wanting to offer the courses, it's a matter of not having the students to populate the courses to make that happen. And so it's a travesty when that happens. We need to be able to give those schools that opportunity and those students all the way around to have that chance to have those courses. It also becomes very difficult when you've got a limited number of students to do a master schedule that can accommodate the needs of your students. The more sections you have, the more flexibility everybody has in accommodating the needs of the student course request. And it's hard as a campus to tell a student, I have to have you make a choice between these two because the way the schedule falls out, I just can't rearrange it any other direction. So again, when you've got students, you've got capacity, you've got flexibility. It makes a large difference in your competitive group and their ability to compete when you've got smaller numbers, and you've all alluded to that already too, but you see it in athletics. Smaller schools have to compete with larger schools. You're in the same division, and sometimes you're competing with a campus that could have 1,500 more kids than you have on yours. And you see it play out in sub-varsity athletics when smaller schools can't manage to even field all the teams that are available.
successful. You see it play out in academic competitions because advancement in those advanced courses can make a difference. And you see it play out in your fine arts. And I know Mr. Jackson knows this, and I know Mr. Scanlon too as a band director. When you're down 100 instruments on that field in competition, it doesn't matter how well those kids are playing. It's the volume, it's the capacity that's necessary for these schools to be able to compete. And we do lose coaches and we lose directors when those numbers fall on campuses because they know that programs that they want to be successful can't be found there with lower numbers. And that's something that's so, so important to remember. And then one last point that I would make, when you've got lower numbers, you've got fewer parents, you've got fewer support. And I can tell you from a secondary perspective, we need parents and we need families. We need their time, we need their energy, we like having their finances, but most of all, we want the participation of all those family members to help make that successful and carry that through and become a part of that school community.
Well, while we don't have athletics or fine arts programs necessarily, like the high schools do at elementary, I do agree with Ms. Hardy when she says that when you have a school that is underpopulated, you do have less parents, and at the elementary level, we enjoy having our parents on campus. We enjoy our parents partnering with us in their child's education. So less parents means there's more for the fewer parents that are there that are involved maybe in the PTO or the BIPS board to support campus-wide activities. When there's a decrease in student enrollment, there's a decrease in staffing, which makes non-academic tasks more challenging. If you think about the arrival and dismissal of where you need all your staff on board at car riders, at buses, during lunch, recess, in the hallways as students are arriving and dismissal, that can be challenging when you have less staff. A decrease in student enrollment is a decrease in the campus budget, yet many students still have individual needs that must and shall be met. And then when you have fewer teachers on a grade level, you have fewer experts in which to collaborate with and problem solve with.
Then for our overloaded campuses, and you know this too, the first thing you're going to hear when a campus gets overloaded is what happens to student parking. Because those portables come in and they drop into the student parking areas. That's just where they have to go. You can't drop them on the baseball field. They have to go into the parking areas. And no principal, I can promise you, and I've got two of my friends out there, no one wants to be in that position where you're having to lottery for your senior parking spots. That is a huge, huge issue there. Another issue with overloaded classes, and we saw this when we had our 4,100 kids at Cy Springs, you've got to float your teachers. You've got to use every space available every period, and that means teachers have to float. And it's doable. It's doable. We've absolutely done it. But I believe in my heart of hearts it impacts instruction because floating teachers have to become more involved in the systems that it takes to move from class to class. You don't have the ability to really set up and stay and create that home that students know where to come back to. They're looking for you because you're a different place every day. And I think it impacts that student-teacher relationship and it impacts instruction because of the systems that have to go into place. I can tell you I've seen art teachers carry buckets of water right out to the loading zone to do their work out there because that was the only space. I've seen history teachers who can talk above the canine science class. It's possible. And we've seen choirs sing in the hallways, but it doesn't offer the best environment for education. It doesn't. And so when you can lower those numbers and give people homes, it improves your instruction. We have to also look at class choices that have finite numbers, culinary science. You can only put so many students in a culinary class. And so when you're overloaded, you're having to put off children having opportunities to get into classes when they might want to at an earlier age. You've got increased competition for your GPAs, for team placement, for officer, all of those roles when you've got those numbers. That becomes problematic. Passing periods, If you've ever been in a hallway and watched 4,100 kids pass, they can do it, but it's stressful. It's stressful for everybody. It's just what we know about biology. When everybody gets packed together, no matter how much you get along with each other, that closeness causes a stress. And finally, I had one more. Participation in large events like pep rallies, dances, you get to a point where you have to start limiting the number of tickets that you can sell and the number of kids that can attend because of capacity. And no one wants to do that. You want opportunities for all your students to be able to be involved with everything that they want to be involved with. And then, having been on both ends and in the middle, there's a disconnectedness. The larger you become, the more disconnected that sense is. And I can promise you, all my colleagues want to feel connected to their kids. They want to know them at graduation, and they want to feel like they provided the best opportunity possible, which an equal number across the district does provide.
And from the elementary perspective, I'll agree as well that the larger your campus is, the harder it is to be connected. And then Mr. Jackson also spoke earlier about how challenging it can be to meet the needs of all students academically when you have a campus that is overpopulated. Additionally, adding homerooms throughout the year when a grade level increases in size causes a temporary disruption as new homerooms are formed, because prior to a new homeroom being created, student-to-teacher ratios are high for a period of time while qualifying for an allocation. Hiring a teacher takes time. Creating a classroom and training that teacher also takes time. Parents are usually unsettled when they're informed that their child has to be moved to a new classroom. Generally, they don't want to see their child move during the year. And when you have a class or a grade level or a school that's overpopulated, that may happen not just one class on a grade level, but maybe two classes on a grade level. So that can be unsettling. A principal with a campus that is overpopulated is consistently hiring throughout the year, which may take away from other priorities. The addition of portable buildings can be temporarily disruptive. And honestly, most parents want their children to be in the main building. Although we have adapted very well to having portable buildings, I will say. It can take longer for grade levels to move about the campus from lunch to large group to recess. Schedules are usually adjusted to accommodate large grade levels. When you're thinking of 13 to 14 teachers on a team, and events can be complicated when a campus is overpopulated because there's usually limited parking, lines become long, tickets sell out, classes become crowded as visitors come in for events. And visitors may not be permitted during lunchtime due to large grade level student numbers because there isn't typically enough seating for students and parents who want to visit. And even a very efficient dismissal process takes longer when a campus is overpopulated because there generally is more cars in the car rider line, there's generally more buses in the bus rider line, and it takes more time to dismiss from the campus. So that's all we have for you this evening. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to share the perspective of our principals.
I think both of those are excellent. My children attended during the hypergrowth era. You left out one of them from a parental standpoint. My son, after being transferred from Falls to Langham, his first week in his math class, he stood. He was not the only one who stood. There were no desks. There weren't enough teachers. Band practice, and Lucas, you can relate to this, absence of practice rooms, the kids practiced outside the school. And when if you're a trumpet player, you really don't want a tuba player practicing right next to you. You really don't. The impact was tremendous, and you saw it everywhere. From a personal standpoint, when my son was moved from Falls to Langham, Cy Springs was just opening up. Band director came and talked to us and said, we'll have a growing population. I can't guarantee it, but your son is the premier freshman. If he goes to Springs, he likely will be not only their very first drum major, but he'll probably be a 3-year drum major. And the band director at Langham said, your son's very talented, but if he wants to be drum major, it may never happen at Langham because of the size of the band and the amount of competition. You know, so there are other aspects to this as well, but there is tremendous turbulence. And one other thing that we haven't talked about yet is with the massive moving around of students, it causes turbulence at all of the schools for the students, for the parents, and if there's turbulence, academic attainment is not as well attenuated as otherwise it might be. But in a growing area, we have to do the zoning. Mark referred to it very briefly, but another reason why we have to have a hard look at the zoning is dollars. Very expensive to build new schools. We heard earlier today the concept of inflation and asking the state to address it. Let me tell you, construction inflation is going through the roof. Even as interest rates go up, it means future bonds will be more expensive, building costs will be more expensive. And as trustees, we have some hard choices to make to make certain we are good stewards and are properly utilizing our physical plant and capacity. But I will say, as a parent, I don't care about any of that, right? I want my child to go where I want my child to go. And that's very real. I felt it as a parent. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. I took a break to make a comment. Do you all have comments to make, or do you want to hear more? Okay.
Just a quick review, since there was some confusion in some of the feedback. Elementary transfer rules. Any elementary school student affected by this boundary change who will be in the 5th grade for the 23-24 school year may remain at their current elementary school on a student transfer if the parent provides transportation. This opportunity is not available for younger siblings, according to policy. And then any middle school student affected by this boundary change will be in the 8th grade, so they're current 7th graders now, for the 23-24 school year may remain at their current middle school on a student transfer if their parents provide transportation. Again, not opportunity for younger siblings. And only incoming 9th graders, 8th graders now, the year of the scheduled boundary change would be required to move to the high school in the new zone. Sibling transfer students who are affected by a high school boundary change who will have an older sibling in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade next year attending the affected high school may choose to transfer to their original high school rather than attend the high school designated by the rezoning. The sibling transfer will remain eligible for UIL varsity participation and will be allowed to remain until graduation. Transportation is also allowed if there's room, okay? Because there's going to be a bus in that area for 3 years. Okay. Any questions regarding the transfer policy?
Yes. I would like to recommend that we modify the transfer rules for elementary school and middle school families that are affected by the proposed boundary changes. I would like to make transfers available to younger siblings of next year's 5th graders and 8th graders. No,
Right,
this
that's
year.
right.
Yes.
They're current 4th and 7th.
Correct.
So you're saying.
Yes. Next year's 5th graders and 8th graders.
Yep.
So I'd like to suggest that younger siblings of the 5th graders and 8th graders who will be enrolled, the siblings who will be enrolled in pre-K through 4th grade or 6th through 7th be allowed to stay at their current campuses with their older siblings.
So example, a next year fifth grader, if they had a third grade sibling.
Right.
To recommend that they get to stay along with that fifth grader, but transportation will not be provided.
Right, I understand that, but I just think
okay.
as a parent.
I just want to
would-
make sure I understood it right.
Yes, as a parent, I would want my second grader to go to school with their fifth grade sibling, or my sixth grader to go to school with their
I got
eighth
you.
grade sibling.
Okay.
I think that would be, just as a parent, I think that's something we should look at, but I understand that transportation would be included.
I agree with that modification, Ms. Heineman. Agreed.
That is very sweet. It is. No, it's very sweet.
Yes, and so Gilbert just asked me, does that include all the way through it? And once they transfer to that, or once they
And finish that
have,
school.
right, they would stay there, they could update their transfer each year and stay at that school. So my example.
The original student the seventh grade, let's just do the seventh grade. Seventh grade is going to be in eighth grade.
Right.
The fifth grader, now that's going to be a sixth grader, they would get to stay with the eighth grader.
Right.
And they would be on a sibling transfer.
Right.
As far as how long we go down, I mean, usually it's, at high school, it's only based on the original sibling. You don't get of a sibling transfer.
No, I'm not asking that, but that sixth grader then could still stay at that middle school, seventh and eighth grade.
Yeah, once they start, they get to
Right.
stay.
Once they have the
Transportation only. They'd have to provide their own transportation.
Agreed.
Right.
Once they would start just for clarification, for the 23-24 school year,
Yeah.
correct?
Once they start, they finish whatever school they start.
Right.
But this would only apply to siblings who will be enrolled next year. It's
Right.
not like, oh, I have a 2-year-old at home.
No.
It has to be a student that would be enrolled next
7
year.
years later, yeah.
Correct.
I think that's a.
Do we need to change, if that's something that the board wants to do, do we?
It's in regulation. That
Okay.
provision is in a district regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Just, Mr. President, oh, excuse me, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So just unpacking that for the newbies, when we say it's in district regulation, that means Marnie can make the change without board approval?
Yes.
Got it.
Mark administrative, Mark can do it.
Dr. Henry can do it, and
Dr. Henry can tell me to do it.
yes, Marnie can go, yes, sir.
That doesn't mean it'll be done. Just one comment, and Teresa, you may be the best person to cover this, but something, or Christy maybe, something we haven't talked about is every year we have open campuses available to transfer to, and this past year, I would say, 40% or so, we had a lot of open campuses.
We did. We didn't have that many boundary changes at the upper level. So on a boundary change year, a sending campus is a closed campus. It keeps children from being forced to transfer or to move for a boundary change, and then I'm just going to transfer right back. So they have 1 year they can't do that. And so, as far as the number of sending campuses, usually, obviously that's going to be a lot, but there's still going to be opportunities, especially if the, in the future years when the enrollment is a little more balanced, they would have more opportunities, but yes.
And of course, my standard question I always ask, will those open campuses be both Title I and non-Title I campuses?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, we will have community input, how that's going to look like. We're going to decide how we put the different options on there, but we'll make that available next Tuesday after the board meeting on Monday.
So just for clarification on what we bring back to you on Monday, because we will want to have this in a version that we can then make available for additional community input and feedback. In looking at the Rennell POSMA plan connected to Elementary 59, is it the consensus of the board that you want the numbers and potential modifications based on the plan that we discussed this evening, that we keep all of Town Lake together with the exception of, I think that's Res Code 91, correct? And then pulling that Stonegate area together to go to POSMA. And then
Wait. So we have consensus on the left wing, right wing also? Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so would that mean that we would want to table the attendance boundary for 59, or with that modification, you are comfortable with us bringing a recommendation for the boundary for elementary 59?
I think
Mr. Henry wanted us to look at leaving section 706 even in the 23-24 school year with Postma and not moving it to Copeland. So we were going to look at those numbers. Is that correct? Correct. And that would just be for the 23-24 implementation for relief of Rennell. And then still separating out 91 with Lakeshore Apartments, or not separate? Okay, so keeping 91 as in 91. Okay. Got it. And then our option for the 12-8, we call it, for
Yeah.
59, either tabling that because of recognition of Julia Heinemann, or go ahead and recommending that elementary 59 option with.
We'll bring it, I think, because I think it's difficult. Now I see the difficulty in
Yeah, I
knowing
think
how
we
you want to
need both
respond
of
to
them.
them. Okay.
Please.
And then for looking at the modifications for high school, we want to look at the option of keeping Bridge Creek and Avalon being Smith
Ranch.
to Ranch,
Yep.
correct? And that would modify all of that, okay.
So getting rid of option 1, going with the 12-8 high school option? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make certain that that was the direction you wanted us to go with that. Okay. Were there any others? Okay.
I think that's it.
Nope.
Up.
Just really studying that whole chunks of middle school to high school, not splitting up.
Yeah,
That
the
was the
feeder
other
patterns.
last factor, just seeing what that looks like.
Yeah,
That's what I understood.
Okay. Thank you.
yep, yep.
Thank you ever so much.
Yay!
Well, some people stayed to the end.
Yeah. There you go.
And I'm glad you did. Oops.
Yeah.
Marnie, I'm sorry. I did what I shouldn't do. I can't talk to the audience.
Yeah, Tom.
I'm tired.
Before we move to closed session, I would like to thank everyone for being here tonight, and I would also like to thank those who are watching from home. May I have a motion to move into closed session? Trustees, our work is not done. We still have more work to do.
So moved.
The motion has been made to move to closed session on agenda items 3K and 3L. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second.
Third.
Thank you. We will adjourn to closed session. For the viewing audience, we will not reconvene in open session this evening.
And no action items.
I do need Holly to make that one change.